Roger that, Sally.
Oh, 5-3 The Fan.
With the 9th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Morez Johnson Jr. from the University of Michigan.
And with that, we start the Hump Day edition
Hump Day
of Sean and RJ live on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. Did you stay up for the entire thing with the Mavs with that dreaded number 30 pick to make you lose some sleep? We got you covered. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with what many are calling the first big surprise, the first big reach, the first big question mark of last night's draft with the Mavs at 9 taking the third player, many would say, out of the University of Michigan for Dusty May. Morez Johnson Jr. is a Dallas Maverick.
Yeah, and maybe the fourth, Elliot Cadeau was another great one that they had on that team, the guard, who really shined at times too. This was definitely the first surprise. This was definitely a stunner because we were all thinking guard. We were all thinking offense. We were thinking
help Coop.
Help Coop. 26th in 3-point shooting last year, right? Need to fix that. This doesn't really fix that at all. So from that standpoint, it's like, okay, that was curious. Then it's like, all right, Masai's history. He likes these super athletic, kind of guys who could jump out of a gym and are long. The difference is that he took those guys in the 20s. OG was 23rd. Siakam was he late teens?
Siakam was like 29 or
29,
something.
Not 9, not number 9. So from that standpoint, it was a bit surprising.
Yeah, to spin it positively, Chuck Cooperstein will join us, voice of the Mavericks, at 8 o'clock with Kevin Hagelin in studio for the rest of the show with Rangers Afternoon Baseball. To spin it, he was one of these late rising names, at least to the media. You had some people say, there were teams that wanted to move into the top 12 in order to get him, including Sam Presti. This one made me feel better about it. Bobby, I think you sent it over. Sam Presti and the Oklahoma City Thunder kind of honing in on him during workouts.
Yeah, they had said that that was Presti's crush that he had paid attention to during the combine and everything else. And he's a ridiculous athlete. If you look at his numbers, he is off the charts in terms of combine score, like how they give you the RAS score in football. He is a power forward, is like a 100 on the combine score. So super athletic.
And McMahon said the NBA comps he had heard on him were Al Horford and Bam Adebayo, and you kind of did a side-by-side of Morez and Bam.
Yeah, they're the same. They're like the exact same size, and then Morez is just a more agile athlete. So it's the same size, only more agile version of Bam. And so I know there's people who said, look, it's a guy who was not asked to be a shooter at Illinois, and then when he got to Michigan, when he was asked to do a little bit of it, he showed he could. And so there's an idea of there's margins here that can be created and that you can tap into. And overall, it feels like a positive to me, but I understand, it's definitely a reach.
Look, you gotta measure and also not measure, because it takes the fun out of it, the day after draft reactions. When you go back to Cowboys selections, right? We and DFW have been wrong many a time when flipping out over their picks. But in the spirit of that, today does feel like, and last night felt like, more of a arrow pointed down, emotional reaction to this. In a world of offensive basketball, you're not getting an offensive guy. You're getting kind of a junkyard dog, hustle. Yeah, this is like a Nico pick.
Yeah.
It really is.
I mean, we felt similar about Lively. And Lively's issue is, people have been upset with Lively, but Lively has been an issue of
Nico Harrison, right?
Lively's issue has obviously been health. But if Lively had stayed healthy, he ended up being a guy who, operated better offensively than people anticipated.
But on the emotional scale, to keep it real, and again, this is just the day after, this was not an exciting, oh my God, fist pump. This had people and all the Mavs bloggers and insiders, I think searching for the positives
Reasons
in order
to be happy about it,
pump this thing up. That's the emotional state of the selection right now.
Every other guy that was in that area, even if you didn't like the players, it was easy to find reasons to be like, oh, okay, I can see why. Even if you didn't like the guy. But
truth be told, all that has to do with offense.
Of course.
We always dismiss it. We've dismissed it, especially in this city, for a long time, except for Nico. Steve Nash, we don't care. He doesn't play defense. Dirk, let's overlook the defensive issues. Luka, who cares? Nico took it way overboard, but you do need defenders. You do need toughness at some point in time. And you do need culture setters. It's just that goes way down the priority list for fans in today's NBA.
You need all that. Do you need that at 9? That's a question.
And then the other follow-up question to that is, could you have moved back
and still gotten him? Yeah, and because he's 6'9".
Nice.
Right?
7'2" wingspan, 250.
Right. 6'9" isn't a center at the NBA.
Well,
right. It's
they're talking about PJ Washington playing power forward.
I know. Well, and
82-0, I could play Paul George at power forward.
That's true. The other thing is that he's not
creating his own shots.
He's not creating his own shots, so he's not playing on the wing at all. Now he could guard the wing. He can guard. He can guard. I mean, hell, he can guard a 2.
Yes.
So he defensively is.
Some people say he'll switch out to a 1 and not need to abandon.
Defensively, he is as versatile as it gets. It's just, offensively, you are going to limit yourself a little bit and to put more pressure on Cooper Flagg and whoever else they wind up getting down the line over the next couple of years. So
Luka.
Yeah, if you bring Luka back, then this is a big yes.
Yeah, they just set up the lob threat for Luka.
He's a good free throw shooter.
You don't have to worry. We're building with Luka.
The lob threat. Keep it Gafford. He's the lob
Who'd
threat.
Luka like to play with out of this group?
He's a good free throw shooter, so you don't have to worry about that. Down the stretch, he's a maddening free throw shooter. I could not stand him. He's one of these.
Well, how can you be good and maddening? What's his percentage?
Almost 80%.
Oh.
Yeah, almost 80%.
Okay.
Because it takes about 85 days for him to shoot a free throw.
Oh, so it's not like he's like Wemby where he'll make all of them until the fourth quarter or something.
Yeah, no. He's like Wemby in the fact that he holds the ball at his waist, closes his eyes, breathes for about 11 seconds, and then he finally shoots. And it's like, oh, God. And when he's on the other team, I wanted to punch him through the screen. I was through the screen. I was like, shoot the ball.
Stop fouling him.
Jay Billis with his immediate thoughts on ESPN after the pick.
I mean, he's a defensive weapon out on the floor. He's a powerful athlete that's relentless, and relentless is really hard to beat at any level. Shot 71% at the rim. He's 6'9", really strong, and he's got a 7'3" wingspan. So he can be a lob threat. He can be a screen and roll guy. He can operate out of the dunker spot. But as a defender, as a primary defender, his opponent shot 35% when he was the primary defender. He can switch onto a point guard, not just stay in front for a couple dribbles. He can guard that guy, get steals, block shots, and when he takes the ball to the basket, he can absorb a bump and still punch it on you.
Let's talk about what we were thinking as this played out. All right, I'm going to start with number 6. One of my guys, Brown, ends up going to the Nets. I guess we can just start from the top so you know who was off the board, right? It all played out. The chalk played out 1 through 4. Then everyone said the draft was going to start at 5. Choppy was texting that last night. The order of the guards, Brian Windhorst said, and I agree with him, that could be the deciding point of this draft years down the road. How are you going to stack? Kind of reminds me of the CeeDee Lamb wide receiver stack. How are you going to line up Wagler, who went 5 to the Clippers, Acuff, Flemings, and everybody else? So Brown goes to the Nets. They're going crazy in the war room. He actually played less games than Darren Peterson because of the back issue that Chuck Cooperstein was worried about. So You got 2 more picks at 7 and 8, kind of like the Cowboys playing out with Caleb Downs, right? Mavs are picking at 9. On the board is Acuff, Burries, Flemings, and all the Wolverines. You had a lot of Mavs fans screaming, just make the move up right now and get Acuff. Go get Allen Iverson 2.0 in the words of AI. I would have been happy with Burries as well. Then you get Flemings and Acuff off the board back-to-back. Sacramento takes Acuff. The Hawks take Flemings. So now you're sitting there with all the Wolverines and my guy Burries, who the Bucks take at 10. What were you thinking in that moment? Were you screaming trade up for Acuff, or were you like, okay, let's go ahead and move back?
I was
stick and pick.
I was not thinking trade up at that moment. Honestly,
boring top half of the draft in terms of all the moves and speculation.
Yeah, right.
Very boring compared to the NFL.
Fast. It felt like I was like, oh, we're 20 minutes in. Dallas is picking. This is nice.
When it got to Acuff at 7, I was like, okay, like at the beginning, the early part, I was like, all right, not going to 5, not going to 6. He slides a little bit. I could see it, but still, I was like, let's let it play out because there's 3 guys, there's 3 guards, and there's 2 picks ahead. So you're gonna get 1. It's like you just take what's left over. So at that point, I was like, we're fine. And then they zigged, and or zagged, however you want to say it. And that's look. I mean, Masai's got a good track record of being able to find talent. There's no doubt about that. So you throw that into his in his pocket, and it's like, all right, he's got a good track record. I just was a little surprised, and I was hoping for a guard. When they got to 9, and I was like, all right, Burries is still available. He wouldn't have been my first pick. In fact, he probably would have been my 4th pick of the 4. I'm like, still fine. Like, you got yourself a guard.
I know we weren't talking about Morez Johnson yesterday because I think his name came up once. In fact, there's a quick clip. Peyton, I think you got the clip. This is yesterday. The one time Morez Johnson's name came up was when we were talking about, oh, yeah, some people think Morez Johnson could go in the top 10, and it rebooted Choppy's brain.
I haven't seen Yaxel the top 10 at all, hardly. So, like, if they took him at 9, or if they took Morez Johnson at 9.
People think Morez Johnson could go in the top 10.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
You cut out some of that gap. That was a significant. I counted. It was 5 seconds of Choppy going, what? And then he went, yeah, I don't know. I would not do that.
Yeah. Well, look, I know there's criticism, but we need to put it on record. Why did you take the 3rd best player on the Michigan team first? Well, we do have to be honest in our past assessment and what we said. I was out on Yaxel at 9 because of his age. Same exact thing as we talked about with the defensive end prospect, Messidor.
And I'm also glad that Follow will not be able to say every time he makes a 3, a triple Yaxel.
That's right.
That would have been bad.
Are you going to agree on that? 25, yes. Yaxel out at 9?
For this team, yes. Like a team like
Golden State.
Golden State, perfect.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City.
So,
right?
So we're out on that.
AARP.
We're not going to go crazy over that. And then you are not a big fan of Mara. So there's your answer for.
If you were going to go with one of the Michigan 3, yeah, like the age plays. Like I still think, I think Yaxel's going to be a better pro.
Yeah, for 6 years.
Yeah.
But of the 3, would you have taken Mara over Morez?
No.
Okay.
No, I would not have. I'm just talking
about the Michigan discussion.
It's tough for me to say. Yaxel to me is just so much better. So it's just hard for me to say like the age plays that much of a role.
Why? We did it with Messidor. What's the difference?
Because I think if they're even, then you take the younger guy, or close to even.
We automatically ruled Messidor out. I mean, we did in all the draft.
Well, that's because there were other guys available, right? There were other, to me, the thing with Yaxel is I don't consider
you don't have a problem drafting a 25-year-old on this team? You wouldn't have had a problem?
Isn't he 23? Is he 25?
He'll be 24 at the start of the season.
So he's 23. Yeah, no, I mean that's.
He'll be 24 at the start of the season.
Yeah, when he plays his first game, he's 24.
It wouldn't be my favorite thing to do. It would not be my favorite thing to do. I just think he's going to be much better than Morez. So from that standpoint, it's hard for me to kind of say, "Oh, I'll take one guy who I think is going to be significantly worse," just because of the age.
Dusty May thought he was the best of them, and so the fact that he thinks he's the best of them gives me confidence.
Are we sure about that?
Yeah.
Why?
Because maybe we've got the audio, I know, but the way he talked about him to Kevin O'Connor, he thought that was the difference maker.
Well, did you hear him talk about the other two to Kevin O'Connor? I would imagine he was glowing about them as well.
He was glowing, but he literally said that the reason they win games is because they have Morez Johnson and the other team doesn't.
Yeah.
Last night, Kevin O'Connor said last night, he was like,
I hope you're right.
And in Kevin O'Connor's evaluation of him, he was saying that he thinks Morez Johnson is the perfect solution for a team that's in the same conference as Wemby, that he's going to be the Wemby defender moving forward.
Yes. Will that be enough without the offensive repertoire to come along with it, like OG and Anunoby? The Mavs also had a second pick in the first round that no one can figure out. We finally sorted it out. We'll bring it to you next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Just Love Coffee, the official.
Need some this morning.
Yeah.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
You know, the Dallas Mavericks did have a second selection. They got totally mixed up and confused last night at the end of the first round. Round 2 today. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby waking up with you on the Hump Day edition on DFW Sports Station. Chuck Cooperstein, Kevin Hagelin, Brett Boone showing off the show of Wales starting at 8 o'clock this morning. Hagee will be joining us the rest of the program. So this went from like the Knicks to the Lakers to the Suns back to the Mavericks, but at the end of it all, the Mavs end up with Sergio de Larrea, Spanish guard that Fran Fraschilla, who I am just absolutely obsessed with recently as of late. I wouldn't like Fran as the number one guest for the rest of the week here on the show, so I'm sure Wolchuk will book him. But here's Fran Fraschilla taking over the scouting report for the newest Mavs guard.
Well, Legs wanted a shooter, they got a shooter. What you know about international players at the end of the first round is they are great role players. This young man's played 70 games already this year. By the way, Valencia is up 2-1 over Barcelona in the ACB Finals. A lot of experience. Some people think he's a point guard. No way. He's a shooting guard at 6'7", and he can handle the ball some in pick and roll. But I absolutely think this is a solid pick for the Lakers. Luka's going to love him because they can speak Spanish.
They can speak Spanish, and then he threw in the tequila stereotype that they're celebrating with in Spain.
We can find the game streaming somewhere.
I know.
If we can find this game streaming somewhere, we can watch him play in the title game today at 1 o'clock, which I'd watch before I'd watch the World Cup. So
maybe they were talking about Lopez with the tequila celebration.
Okay.
But he said, no, Luka's going to love him because at the time he thought that the Lakers were picking him, but they were talking about much-needed shooting to help out Luka in the backcourt. The Mavs get it instead.
He is going to be destined for greatness because any pick that, in order for you to get it, it had to touch the hands of the Suns, the Lakers, and the Knicks, the three teams responsible for the biggest talent purges you've ever had in Nash, Brunson, and Luka, then it's got to be a good player.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
That you get the reward for. Everybody was talking real. This was one where a lot of people said, well, even if you didn't like the Morez Johnson pick, this is a good one. They're like, he's going to take a little bit of time probably to get ready, but like that's a guy who most people agree was better than where he went.
And I'm fine with it taking time. Like I don't expect them to compete.
Not like Blake Elliott?
Yeah.
Final Four?
Yeah, I mean, if they do, great, but like...
Blake's saying Mavs are making the finals. Wolchuk's like, a conference title for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean...
Say something aggressive about the Rangers so we can get clipped by Aiden today.
Just take Sandler talking about how they're leading the American League in wins.
13 wins since the end of May or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm looking at like 28, 29, 30. You know, like it's going to take some time. This is not a team that has a whole lot of draft picks coming up, and... You take a shot on a draft and stash kind of player, and you see if he pops.
Yeah, I was looking forward to hearing some more trade talk and possibilities, whether it was up for Acuff, down to take Morez or whoever else, or even some Jaylen Brown whispers. Because while driving home yesterday, listening to KNC, I did think that Blake Elliott, when you listen to these types of trade proposals, my mind says, all right, where can I pick this apart? Where can I immediately shoot this down? And I was listening for 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 6 minutes, and I was like, I'm not really immediately shooting it down of the Mavericks. Now, I don't think Boston takes this, but let's just do a quick hindsight. You call them and say, we're going to give you 9. Mm-hmm. We're going to give you Gafford. We're going to give you PJ or Najee, whoever you prefer. We're going to give you Clay or Christie, whoever you prefer. And we want Jaylen Brown. The money worked, according to Kevin Hagelin. I also went to the old school trade machine, and it did basically line up. I don't think Boston takes it, but as Blake pointed out, you can get Jaylen Brown, you would think right now, at the cheapest price you're going to get him because the obvious trade need that many think the Celtics have. I'm still trying to talk Jalen down if I'm Brad Stevens and keep him around. Last night I think they were saying Boston would need, a top 5 pick for a top 10 player in the league. I don't think they accept it, but I would have had no problem if that breaking news hit that they traded 9 and all the rest for Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been in favor of that. That would have been fun to watch. But
especially if you're going to keep Kyrie. Especially if you're hell-bent on keeping Kyrie.
Could you have gotten up to 5 or 6 without giving up one of those players that you would then be flipping? And then you could go, all right, we're packaging pick and players to go over. If they were like, no, we need a top 5 pick, could you have gotten up there to go get 6 and just said, all right. We're going to package, we're going to give you 9 and 30 and whatever else and get us up to that point.
Not for the other guys I named. Outside of, no. But you're saying give up 9 and change to get to 6.
Yeah, and then you use 6 and those players, and then you try to see, all right, because 5 might be a little rich because it's the first pick that's outside the cluster.
I'm thinking I have to give Boston some win-now players, right? So I'm thinking, Gafford can be a player on a contending team. Najee can be.
Najee was awesome last year.
Najee was awesome last year. Clay washed. I mean, no offense. I mean, I know that's offensive, Clay. Christie. I don't know. You throw in those types of guys.
Christie's got some upside. Christie's a good perimeter shooter, and so there's some benefit there.
How would you have felt? Jalen, Flag, Kyrie, Lively, if you can get them on the floor.
Do you end up feeling like the Heat?
Huh?
Do you end up feeling like the Heat, where you're like, we got 3 stars and there's nobody else to play with them?
Right.
And
the Heat don't have a 3rd star.
Jalen, it'd be great to have him, but I still think that the window for this team is not even we haven't even walked over to open it.
Well, that distance changes with Jaylen Brown.
Well, it does, but their window, they see their window as Cooper Flag, right? And Jalen.
And I open the window year 2 with Flag versus year
4 or 5. Yeah, because I really don't think that they're gonna even compete for a couple years, but. Yeah, I mean, it may change the window a little bit, but I don't think it puts them close enough to a title. So it's why? What's the point?
So Jalen, Kyrie, and Coop get you where in the West team?
Well, I see. I'm with Bobby on the Kyrie. I'm expecting 0 from him.
Oh, okay.
We always talk about Luka. When they traded Luka, it was well, you traded somebody who, you would have been competitive every year, no matter what you put around him. How far away is Flag from being the guy who it doesn't matter what you put around him. If he's on the team, he's going to make you competitive?
Not next year. That's where I disagree with Blake a little bit, right? Where he's top 20 player, but I played enough underdog throughout the season on Cooper Flag to know, look, you're still going to get a lot of... Now, hopefully next year this changes, but you're still going to get 10 points, 12, 11,
Yeah, he'll
14.
look like Caitlin Flag some nights.
Be careful, Mama. Mama could be listening. She's got every radio app probably in the country. But, no, I don't think you're locked into 28 every single night that Luka gave you to give you a chance on any given evening. Not that fast next year.
Which Luka took what?
Yeah.
3-4 years before we felt like he was that kind of a guy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would imagine.
So you're trying to say with Flag not being that locked in with Jaylen Brown, questionable Kyrie. Ugh. Yeah. Now, from that standpoint, I was surprised there wasn't more Jaylen Brown trade chatter, and I was very surprised by that, and disappointed because I want chaos. Morez Johnson Jr. is your newest Maverick at number 9. The brand new general manager, Mike Schmitz, on what type of player he is.
Morez brings the type of toughness, competitiveness that we're looking for. High energy guy, incredible motor, winner, has done it at the highest level of college basketball and did so as a 20-year-old too. He's young for his class, so he brings that type of energy and toughness that we want here in Dallas, and the familiarity piece is going to be huge. It's obviously a very unique situation to be able to play for your college coach at the NBA level. So, really excited to have Morez and Dusty as well. So, big night for us.
Now, Dusty was not in the war room.
No,
Patrick DeMont was in the background on the projector screen from Vienna. Okay. But
where's that, Peyton?
Italy.
It's the sausage country, right?
Austria.
I wouldn't have been able to, I would maybe guess Italy too. But Dusty May was at the draft giving very intense reactions that the internet was trying to figure out. Are you happy for your player? Are you ticked off that Mara ends up in Oklahoma City? Like, he sits there for a while, throws his fist at the air, and then ends up like clapping like, I can always say I had 3 in the top 13 of the selection process where we won the draft. But were you surprised he was not in the war room?
Not really.
Why?
He's not making the decision, so it doesn't matter.
They got Wolverine, didn't they?
I think it's a special night for him, with his players. So all the college coaches were there.
Special night, too, as a head coach of the Mavericks.
It is, but if you're just there as a, just to take up a chair.
Yeah.
If you did if the Mavs did all this work.
Yeah.
They're not going to alter it, I don't think. So, that showed me all the input that he had.
Yeah, he's not buying the groceries.
They bought one of his ingredients, though.
As like somebody pointed out, I can't remember who this was yesterday. They said if you listen to what Masai was saying before about Dusty May, like he was in a way like previewing for you that Morez was in their sights. Like when you listen to him describe it, and he says that basically it said that Dusty May has all of the same sort of eye for what he's looking for in terms of like he knows what these kind of players look like. And so I think it's more a testament to they're in lockstep on how they view basketball more than he influenced it. That's just the guy they liked.
Choppy, you had brought up earlier, well, this is not immediate help with Morez for Cooper Flagg in the backcourt. That was the overwhelming majority of the preview leading up to this last night with what we thought the Mavs would get and need. Mike Schmitz on why he is a great fit for Coop.
Great fit with Cooper because of his ability to have an impact without needing many touches, without needing the ball in his hands, right? He's relentless on the offensive glass, and he's a guy that changes ends really impressively. He allows us to play faster and play in a variety of different ways. So just the fact that he can have such a winning impact without needing to score 30 points, we feel is a great fit with Cooper.
The not needing the touches.
And Kyrie.
Remember when Antoine Jameson was here, he was kind of the same way, right? They didn't.
Yeah, for 2 minutes.
Yeah, they didn't.
He shot, though.
They didn't make plays for him. They didn't need to make plays for him. He found ways to impact the game. This is a way, way, way more athletic, energetic type player than that. Like, he doesn't need those touches.
Inferior offensively. Antoine Jameson still was a scorer.
He could score. I mean, he could shoot
This guy's a junkyard dog.
Absolutely. Your hope is that he could develop a shot.
Yeah.
He took less than 1 3-point attempt per game last year.
But that would have been a question if you get a high-scoring, high-usage guard of touches between Flagg, Kyrie, and that new player.
There would have been that. Now, if it's a guard that's a ball-handling guard, you are developing them during the final years of Kyrie's career.
Yes.
So like you allow them time.
The stunning ruling that has shut down Brendan Sorsby. That World Cup recap and the Texas Rangers in Miami next on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
And a swing here and a drive down the right field line. Osuna watching this one. It is a fair ball. Home run. Owen Casey just inside the right field foul pole with his 9th home run of the year. And he electrifies the crowd here and gives Miami a 5-1 lead.
Well, this was not fun. Hicksy with the call on your home for Rangers baseball as we are now all even in Miami. The Brendan Sorsby news that dropped last night is coming up in just a second here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. I was feeling good about the Ranger at-bats against Sandy Alcantara because they were making him work early on even though they weren't scoring runs, particularly Nimmo, Josh Young. He was at 60 pitches through 3.
Yeah.
He ended up allowing 1 run in 6 2/3, and he ends up setting the franchise career record for strikeouts and won his 5th consecutive start in the month, leading the Marlins to the 6-4 win. It wasn't even that close until the end when the Rangers tried to push.
I'm pretty stunned that he's the franchise record holder in strikeouts.
Well, they never keep anybody.
I know, but I would just think like...
Oh, I know from playing old 162-0, the Marlins don't have anybody.
Yeah, I was
Kevin
thinking...
Brown would be the closest, but I
would
don't
have
even know
thought,
why he's there.
Levon Hernandez, Beckett,
Dontrell.
Levon Hernandez didn't have that same home plate umpire for every start of his career.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, Alcantara's... I'm a little
Is it
surprised...
Alcantara?
Yeah.
Alcantara,
Okay,
yeah.
I
A
see.
little surprised he's 30. Feels like he's like 24.
He's like 50 in pitching years with how many innings he's thrown.
Yeah, they have used him up, but when he's on, he's tough.
He allowed 5 hits to the first 3 2/3 and then sat down 11 straight. So he's completed now at least 7 innings in 3 of his 5 starts in June. They had 3 home runs against the Rangers before that comeback with Nimmo and Jacques, and then Nimmo again with an RBI triple, but they come up short.
And this is just as Bobby would say, my tism. Mm-hmm. Bullpen days,
as a doctor would say.
Bullpen days just insult me.
I hate him. I hate the whole opener thing. I hate bullpen days. It's one of the things that's the next thing Manfred needs to fix. He always is on top of like the pitch clock and everything else, and he always makes these bold. Figure out what your bold move is to fix that, because I hate that.
It's just a tune out for me. It's like you go. If I want to go to a baseball game, the first thing I'm looking at is I'm looking at the pitching matchups. If I'm going to go to the game, that's the first thing I'm looking at. It's not the teams. I want the pitching matchups. And then if it's a bullpen day...
Yeah, I mean, it's baseball's load management.
Right. Yeah, it is. Now, obviously, when you throw injuries in there, they didn't expect Jack Leiter to get hurt, right? So everything gets kind of thrown
according
in.
to them, he's been hurt for like 2 months, and they were just trying to see if he could tough it out.
Because of the on-deck circle incident?
Yeah, that's the one with the ankle.
Started with the ankle.
Yep.
Jack has arthroscopic surgery to remove the loose body in his ankle. Yesterday morning, they expect him back before the end of the season, but the timeline is fluid.
Yeah, so we talked about it was the initial timeline was 3 to 12 weeks, and then 3 to 6 months with surgery. So I mean that's pushing it.
Yeah, Evan Grant says minimum he is not back until after the trade deadline. And so, I mean, you're talking about into August at least.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I'd be back sooner.
Definitely, yeah.
I mean, in this chair. I don't mean pitching.
You would be pitching, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be back on the show. I'd be off the show for about a month if I had ankle surgery.
All right, the supplemental draft news that really kind of stunned everyone yesterday. The NFL saying, no, Brendan Sorsby, we got your letter. We got your request. We're not having a draft. You are left out in the cold.
Sorsby rulings have a tendency to just shock us and surprise us and go, I did not think they were going to rule that way. And yet they continue to do it that way. But this feels...
Can I ask a dumb question real quick? So just because, like, what about the other supplemental draft possibilities?
Other players, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't think there are.
Jalen Thompson had been the last one. There's just very rarely cases that it applies to.
It just happens for usually one player. It's not like a 30-player thing, or we have a pool of 20 or 25 where every year we can have a supplemental draft. It's just for usually individuals, one person.
Yeah, there have been 40 in what? It's been 49 years that they've had the supplemental draft. 46 players have been picked. There have been, I'm trying to see here. So it's been, when was the last year? 2010 was the last year there were 2 players that were picked in the supplemental draft, and one of them was Josh Brent.
Wow. You feel guilty?
Yes, I do, because I feel like we are responsible for this. When we brought on his agent, Ron Slavin, he didn't do a ton of favors, I don't think. I think the NFL heard that because they listen. Roger Goodell listens every day.
Roger Goodell follows Fish on Twitter.
No.
Yeah, it's one of 30 people he follows for some reason.
Mike Fisher?
Yeah. And not the hockey one either.
I'm going to need more information on
You
this
shouldn't
one.
have said that, Mike. Mike's big ass head getting even larger.
That's the reason I know it, is because Fish has mentioned it.
He listens, and he heard that. And he heard a lack of accountability. He heard it's predatory. It's predatory. These things are everywhere, as opposed to, he was wrong. He's going to get help. Because the NFL, in the statement that they send, this was sent in this letter to Pete Thamel had it. Your petition filed 3 business days before the deadline without any supporting info or documentation, and only after abandoning your recent litigation efforts, does not provide a basis for the league to alter those plans. In addition, as Commissioner Goodell has emphasized, participation in the NFL is a privilege, and that carries significant responsibilities, including accountability.
By the way, important update. Goodell apparently unfollowed Fish on Twitter at some point. He does now follow his Northern Colorado classmate, Edward, which I know probably eats at Fish.
That eats at me.
By all accounts, you're a talented player with the potential for future success. Encourage you to focus on prepping for the 27 draft.
Adam Schefter said the league really does not want any part of gambling, except for all the partnerships. They don't have enough time to vet it. They don't care that they don't have enough time to vet it. As Florio had said last week, you have positive precedent with players who have gotten in trouble for this and played. Ron Slavin came on here and said, no, we got the LSU kid, got Kayshon Boutte, who bet on LSU games in which he played for. He was never punished in any way by the league. But as Florio accurately pointed out, precedent and the legal guidelines, they can start twisting and turning when it comes to the NFL, which we have learned around here with Zeke Elliott and others.
For sure. I mean, again, it's like, the NFL is not banning him from playing. He can still get drafted in April.
No, they're delaying it. They're he's getting here. He's going to be here in April of next year.
Yeah.
And so this is just...
He's losing a year of football, at least college or NFL football.
Yeah, and
I don't have a problem with it.
Look, he shouldn't have played.
I just think it's silly given all the people that they've put in the supplemental draft before for all the issues they've had. It wouldn't be a defense at all of what he did. He has to go in the supplemental draft for a reason. It's because of things he did that were wrong. But the people that they've allowed into the supplemental draft before who have done a lot of really bad things.
Yeah, but don't make me re-explain
sports rules, man.
Sports crimes.
No, I know, but it's
like
really,
Josh Gordon.
But
that's not as bad as this.
No, but they've been reinstating people with gambling issues consistently. If they're going to let him in the league in April of next year anyway, it shouldn't really matter. To me, it wasn't anything that was committed in their league or on their watch.
Yeah, I do think.
And by the way, Jeffrey Kessler says this is going to the NFLPA instantly.
His lawyer.
Yes.
Yeah. Look,
which he's not a member of.
No, they're going to pursue it with the NFLPA. They're going to this is going to be a legal fight. He said flat out, Goodell's breaking the law.
Albert Breer, I can't remember the NFL ever denying a player entry to the supplemental. They've let guys in who are ruled ineligible. Josh Gordon, drugs. Terrell Pryor, NCAA rule breaking. Ahmad Brooks, grades. Over and over, clearly the NFL is drawing a line here. A lot of national analysts are just trying to say this is a statement, message sent.
It is a statement. And I mean...
Let me defend the NFL from this standpoint real quick in terms of having enough time to vet it.
Defend the shield.
You do need to do a lot of homework. I'm with you, RJ, in terms of I hate that the NFL punishes college violations. I hate that.
I don't like it either.
So Terrell Pryor, you did that. Jim Harbaugh, you did that there. I'm not going to suspend you to start off. You gave them the workplace analogy. You did that at work. I'm not going to go ahead and suspend you as soon as I hire you. But with this, you do need to make absolutely sure that Brendan Sorsby's done with this, because you do not need this on your watch if he's not done gambling or you think he could revert back to it, because you don't want this unnecessarily from a possible third-round quarterback in a supplemental draft to F up your league or cause a lot of headache for you.
I'll tell you this. I would...
Like what the San Francisco Giants are going through right now with these pride hats, the NFL doesn't want to start off their season doing this until you need to make sure that you have vetted yourself, Sorsby, and what he's doing with gambling.
What was that story?
I mean, we'll get to it. I ain't afraid to talk about it on this show.
Are we gonna wait for Hagelin?
I would caution him to go too hard.
It'll be diamond nails.
I would caution him to go too hard in suing the NFL. The NFL has shown they will blackball you.
Yes.
And if you go too hard at them, do not think for a second there will not be a memo on what's the app, Peyton, that you use? Signal. Don't think there won't be a Signal chat.
Mackenzie know about that?
It's just, and don't think there won't be a Signal chat where they send it. It's an encrypted. It's reached by drug, Sean.
Dry snitching over here.
Don't think there will be a Signal chat here where they say, "Do not draft this guy."
It's Jeffrey Kessler. Jeffrey Kessler has poked the NFL in the eye with multiple clients for multiple years, and his guys have been fine.
You think he's going to play next year?
No, I think ultimately they probably don't win this. It's too tight on time. Nobody's going to want to do it anyway, and so no, probably not. His best course is probably to just sit out and prep.
Can he try to sue to sign as an undrafted free agent?
Teams are going to be in training camp in 6 weeks.
I mean, you could say as the league, let the teams decide. But again, if he places one NFL bet in the next 6 months, well, you're not going to have games for a while. But you find him placing one new NFL bet, then you got to deal with all this as his brand new
Maybe
league.
It's honestly just them protecting what they want him to be. Like that they're like, we want you to be here, and we don't know that you're fresh off of this. Yeah. Like, you need to kick it before you get in here because we don't want to have to, like...
We're going to give you the discipline that Texas Tech pretended to give you.
Yeah, forget like an embarrassment angle. We don't want to lose you as somebody we could potentially have in the league, so just handle your stuff.
More Mavs draft, a brand new ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock Expressway. Kevin Hagelin and Chuck Cooperstein at 8. A second NHL franchise in Texas. And is the major Tiger news bad for DFW golf? We have all of it next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Bruno Fernandes. Neto sprinting down the right. Ronaldo through the middle. It's Cristiano Ronaldo for Portugal. It's 3-0. And Ronaldo strikes again.
It's us against the world, bro. Just watch us shine. Chappie's here to tell us what the hell is. Stop, it's time. World Cup, soccer at home and global too. Sit back, relax. Let Chop nutmeg all over you.
The first to ever score a goal in 6 World Cups.
It's an old man that you all told me was done. You all cost me yesterday on Underdog. You told me, I said, is this a comeback for Ronaldo or is he cooked? And Bobby's pointing at RJ Choppy.
Well,
yes.
You told us he was done.
It is Uzbekistan.
You said he's booty cheeks. All the Tolos I asked on Twitter and Facebook, cook. I said, okay, I'll take the under 4.5 shots. And he's going to be a distributor. He's going to be a decoy. Bam! 2 goals for Ronaldo. I lose.
Yeah, and they win 5-0. So they go to 1-1. They had a draw. So they go to 1-1 in their group. Croatia 1-0 over Panama. Colombia 1-0 over the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And then the big game, if you want to call it that, the stunner.
I don't want to.
If you want to call it that, although I don't think it's a stunner. But England held to a draw by Ghana. So 0-0.
Take that, Sandler.
Yeah. And
Harry Kane posters.
Well,
is it Harry Kane?
It's Harry Kane. And Harry Kane is a GOAT today. Lowercase.
Why?
Because he had an absolute chip shot winner in like the 88th minute that would have sealed this thing, that would have won this for him. The ball came right to him. It hit the crossbar. There was a header that hit the crossbar. It comes right to him. The goal was wide open, and he kicks it. And I mean, the goal is from me to this wall, and he kicks it over the goal.
Wow!
Just a brutal. And you see the coach, like they're all throwing their hands up, like, oh my God, I can't believe you missed this. Like one of the worst misses I've ever seen. The guy's he's rocking the Will Chambers hair.
Did the announcers go, oh, it's like Nick Anderson when he bricked those free throws? He's trying to tie it back to American sports.
Worse. It's worse than Nick Anderson. Every single one of us could have made this goal. Every single one of us.
I tell myself that every time they score.
Yeah, every single one of us could have made this goal. Now, so that's...
Oh, my God, I just saw it.
Right?
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right there in front. And, England really dominated the momentum of the game and the possession. They just couldn't get in. They just couldn't get it in, man, at all. The entire game, they never found a way to get an all-time great scoring chance other than this one. They had a few corners at the end of the game. What, you're watching it? It's so bad, right?
I've seen
that's Blair Walsh.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad that he missed this one. So, but England is still. They've got 4 points, in the group, so they're going to be okay. They'll be just fine. But now they're going to have to, in terms of seeding, where they're going to be seated and everything depends on whether they, come in first or second in their group today.
Who can I bet on today? By the way, I tried to cheat soccer again because Portugal was up 4-0, and I was like, okay, I'm going to take, is it Uzbekistan it was?
Yeah.
I'm going to take Uzbekistan to not give up. I'm going to take them plus 4.5. So I was like, all right, they're going to go ahead and they're gonna run down the shot clock with all their possessions. They're just gonna pass it to each other for the final 10 minutes. They're not gonna run it up. It's not gonna be 5-0. I tried to cheat and throw down a quick $100 to keep the score of 4-0. I intentionally turned away for the next 20 minutes. Boom, 5-0, and I lost $100 in about 10 minutes.
Oh,
yeah.
Today is the day if you want to go to the World Cup. You just got to get there.
in Seattle,
see.
in Vancouver, in Atlanta, or in Mexico City, or Guadalupe. Which one?
And also Miami.
Miami.
Yeah, now Miami you can't go to. Those tickets are
Scotland and Brazil.
Yeah, that's the game. I can't wait for that game. $3,000 is the lowest ticket price for Scotland, Brazil.
So the other ones as low as $323, $413, $831, and then this is $3,200. That fan scene.
That fan scene is going to be amazing.
Need glasses?
What's up?
Need glasses?
You definitely need glasses because the Brazil fans
Not
are
for
there.
the Scotland.
No, not for the Scotland. Now, you need the glasses for Scotland to hide your bloodshot eyes from party until 8 in the morning from the night before.
Oh.
But
imagine being in the bars for Scotland and Brazil fans in Miami.
Oh, wow. Because, look, and it's like, if you don't care about the game, if you just want to go see a World Cup game, I mean, Bosnia and Qatar, like, it's not going to be a great game, but, like, you get to go to a World Cup game, it's $300. You know, Switzerland, Canada, it's $800. Morocco, Haiti, Morocco's going to dominate, but it's $400. But all the games today in these same groups, so if you're in the same group as the other team, you're playing at the same time today. Because this starts, and this is going to be this way for the rest of the tournament, for the rest of group play. Since it's the final round of group play, all the teams are going to play at the same time. So nobody gets to rest somebody. So it's like the NFL does this, right? On the final day, all the teams play at noon. If you're playing the same division.
Yeah, the NFL does this in the playoffs all the time. They rest people and things like that on the biggest stage.
So they don't want somebody resting somebody. So all the teams are going to play at the same time. So 2 o'clock, Bosnia against Qatar, and Switzerland, Canada.
You know, Josh Clark, he podcasts a lot of things from this show that Bobby doesn't retweet. I do think it's interesting. He has not wanted to rile up. Does Josh love soccer? It's either that or he does not want to rile up the Tolos by putting Bobby's World Cup takes out there. I haven't really seen any clips of that because of the rage, although I think it's 50-50.
It is. The fan text, 50% of the fan text is like, hell yeah, brother. And then there's 50% of the fan text that's like, I hope you die in a fiery car crash kind of thing.
I just noticed that Josh, I don't think he's put out any Bobby World Cup clips.
Bobby was speaking at the World Cup yesterday.
Are you going third person?
Yes. Did you hear John Strong calling the England game yesterday?
No.
Peyton, play this clip real fast.
But as we know, the English historically struggle here in Massachusetts. So what happens here today?
That's great.
That's a good troll job that I'm sure the English hated.
That's great. That's really good. I asked my kids, are y'all into this? And no.
I thought your boy got a Messi jersey for one of them.
He wanted it.
Did you get it?
Yeah, he got it. It doesn't fit him anymore.
He thought Messi was a WNBA player.
He liked it. He liked it back, 5 years ago. And now it's like...
He said it's supposed to say Missy, Dad.
He's too cool for it now. And then my older one is like, I'm not into it.
Okay.
I guess his baseball play...
I respect that not being bandwagony. Well, he was bandwagony about 2 years ago, but I respected not being bandwagony now.
I tried to show him some highlights, and they were like, oh, that's pretty cool. But they're highlight
then
kids.
they had to wait 8 minutes for the next highlight.
They're highlight kids, and they didn't see it, as super cool. But so anyway, that's today, and then you got all your games at the same time: Scotland, Brazil, Morocco, Haiti, and then Czechia, Mexico tonight. That'll be a big one.
Back to the Mavs draft at 7:20. We need the commercial-free expressway and a ticket giveaway along with chopping it up for the remainder of the hour. Kevin Hagelin and Chuck Cooperstein at 8 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. Do you want good hockey news for Texas or bad golf news for the Metroplex?
Oh, man. I think we got to get this.
Anything but soccer. So you guys pick.
I think golf.
All right.
So the PGA, Bobby mentioned this yesterday. You're like, oh, my God, there's breaking golf news.
Yeah, they were announcing they were going to have an announcement.
Right. And the announcement was dramatic changes to the schedule for next year. Or I guess it's, So what they're going to wind up doing.
Did any of these wusses ask Tiger about his treatment since he was the one giving...
not allowed. It was a statement that he was given no questions, and he walked off.
Yeah. Tiger posing.
Tell that to the San Francisco Giants.
Tiger posing.
Tiger.
So this will start in 2028. And what it's going to basically be is there's going to be 2 levels of tournaments. There's going to be the champions level and the challenger level. So at the same time, so each week you're going to have 2 different tournaments. The champion one is going to be about 100 and something guys, and it's going to have $20 million purse. And the challenger one's going to have 100 something guys and a $4 million purse, right? So obviously it's much more advantageous to be in the top one because you're going to get a $20 million purse every week. The issue is, in the article, they've already announced they've agreed on 10 of the 15 tournament sites. So they've got the signature events: the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, the Genesis, the Arnold, the RBC, the Cadillac, the Truist, Memorial, and Travelers are expected to remain as part of the future schedule.
Of course.
Okay. And the tour, this is a quote from the article, targeting larger markets: Boston, Denver, New York, Philly, San Fran, Seattle, and D.C. to fill out the remaining spots on the calendar. I did not hear Dallas or Fort Worth there. I'm not sure if you guys heard that in there. I didn't hear McKinney. Didn't hear that. And I've been told, Golf Insider, Charles Schwab, who runs the Colonial, is willing to spend the $20 million. They're willing to pony up the $20 million purse.
You know Charles?
To play it. I do know Charles. Him and I go way back.
He calls him Chuck.
I don't want to hear golf bring up the words tradition or custom or any of their stupid little things if they tell the longest tenured tournament on tour, which is the Colonial. No tournament has been played at the same course longer, more consecutively than the Colonial. I don't want to hear them talk about tradition if they're just going to say, no, we're going to give it to the Brookline, whatever tournament they're going to give it to. RBC, the Travelers at Hartford, really?
Trump
You're going to go to Hartford? You're going to do that? And that would be a big time miss, for DFW golf. You want to get rid of the Byron Nelson? Look, I hate minus 30. 30 under par just doesn't do it for me. The Colonial's a 12 under to 14 under par winner just about every year. It's a great tournament. This would bug the heck out of me.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Didn't they have participation issues, though, in recent years?
Because of the schedule, yes. So it's usually right after the PGA and right before Jack. And players don't typically want to play 3 in a row.
The National Hockey League is exploring expansion in Texas in either Houston or Austin. So another NHL franchise in this state, either in Austin or the Armpit.
Austin is just not a professional sports city, I don't feel like. Houston could probably sustain it if there's enough of an appetite there, but Austin just does.
You don't think it'll ever get a pro team?
No, they very well may get a pro team. I just don't think that that's a super sustainable market for one. Like it's fine for Texas, like the Longhorns. That's perfect for it, but. Man, that's a different kind of city that I don't know if it's your typical pro sports city.
It's getting big, and it's basically combining with San Antonio as one giant city.
Back to the Mavs draft. 2 first-rounders last night.
2 first-rounders.
You're going to hear from their brand-new head coach, Dusty May, and the new players as well, the secret audio of the phone call to the number 9 pick in the NBA draft. How are you feeling about it? We go commercial-free in the Expressway with Mavs draft, a ticket giveaway, and we'll chop it up as well in the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ next.
105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
With the 9th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Morez Johnson Jr. from the University of Michigan.
That was the call last night from ESPN. Biggest reach, first draft surprise. Drake told this morning, calling the Mavs the biggest loser of round one. I did think ESPN
did he cook?
Kind of changed their approach in being more positive yesterday. Usually there's like a cons list or weaknesses or what they need to work on. I noticed they did not put that up there, and they decided to do this family member thing where they sat down, sis and mom and dad, along with the prospect, with the microphone being held way too low and two-word answers. Well, that's what I noticed with some of the ESPN draft coverage.
Yeah, they did not need Lisa Salters there to do that. They could have had literally...
I thought Lisa asked good questions.
No, she was fine. It's just you could have had anybody sitting there to go, Mom, Dad, how you feeling about this? How awesome. When did you know you were going to be a pro? Okay. Mom, Dad, you excited? Awesome. Okay, thanks. You guys go ahead now.
Bobby Marks is a beast, though. G-Bag
very good.
benefits from that. And
can we steal him?
Huh?
Can we steal him?
I'm sure.
Like, they stole Ferg. Like, I assume we could just start booking him regularly.
I think he would come on. He was a beast. I can't remember the girl that was up there. I thought she did a nice job.
Larrea Carter was one in the middle.
Yes. I thought she did a nice job as well. Man, choppy with the
Tennessee.
Quick knowledge, yes. So that was some of the draft coverage. They did butcher Dirk's audio when Dirk was trying to say congratulations, so that did not go well. And some Mavs fans think that this did not go well at number 9. Michigan Wolverine, Morez Johnson Jr., and then later in the first, Sergio de Larrea, the guard from Spain that Fran Fraschilla says, no, he's a shooter. He's not your point guard there. He is a shooter. We're going to chop it up at 7:40. Chuck Cooperstein and Kevin Hagelin at 8 o'clock. Hagee will join us for the final 2 hours. No. Here's the Mavs version of Secret Audio with Masai Ujiri doing the FaceTime with Morez.
You good?
I'm great, man. I'm amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome. We're so excited to have you here, man. So excited. Can't wait to see you. I think tomorrow, I think you're coming down. So you're going to come.
Perfect. I can't wait to get there.
You're going to come sign your life away, and you're all mine. All mine. Hey, be ready. You know what you did in Michigan, we're going to do it right here. Right?
Yes, you gotta get to work.
Yes,
that's the goal.
right here. Exactly. So when you come on the plane tomorrow, think of your mindset, the work, the people, how you treat people. Yes, think about all those things that you've done that Dusty tells us you're so good at. You bring it here times 10, and we win a trophy, right?
Of course, I got you.
So there's the phone call. I now have audio where Dusty May sat down with Kevin O'Connor. And I'm going to include a lot of Kevin O'Connor's commentary in this because he was gushing over this selection yesterday.
Kevin O'Connor, this was...
And explain who he is again.
So he worked at The Ringer for a long time. He was one of Bill Simmons' main NBA guys. And... anybody who knows Simmons knows he's very picky about basketball people and who he thinks is sharp. So Kevin O'Connor had worked at The Ringer for a long time. In the last 2 years, he's been over at Yahoo now.
So here's Dusty May talking about, now this is a defensive pick right now, a culture defensive pick, not going to get his own shot, doesn't need a lot of touches. RJ is thrilled as we give that description right here on the morning show. Here's Dusty with KOC talking about Morez as a defender.
We had a saying before the game, if we didn't feel like we had great preparation or we didn't feel like we were in a great spot, it became a saying amongst our staff, well, we have Rez and they don't. We're not getting punked tonight. We're gonna be the more physical basketball team tonight. So he did a lot for us as well.
How would you describe Morez Johnson's defense to somebody who's never seen him play?
There were times this year when I told him when he was a great defender for us, switching 1 through 5. He guarded point guards, he guarded centers. But early in the year, he was so effective on guards when they play one-on-one. He would use his length and poke the ball away from them and get steals and dunks. And late in the year when he was playing the elite guards, he would try that and it would be a foul or a SLD. And so he even made the adjustment then to just kind of recognize who he was guarding and just being more solid against the LeBaron Philons and forcing a difficult shot, and just realizing that if they're going to have to hit shots like that over 85 possessions, we're going to be in good shape. But his ability to guard one-on-one with his size and strength on the perimeter was probably the most pleasant surprise. It allowed us to switch 1 through 5 when Adai was out of the game. And also his intelligence as far as scramming smaller guards out, fly switching. He just had a really good awareness of what was going on around him, and he had great synergy with his teammates. So I think he's another guy like Yaxel. I mean, he's ready to step in and help a good team right away, or help a rebuilding team, establish a style of play and a culture. And he checks a lot of boxes.
At 6'9", 7'4" wingspan, 250 pounds. I don't know if I've ever seen a guy that big so good at defending the point of attack. Like the way he just gets around screens at that size, it's just mind blowing. I cannot wait to see who NBA coaches put him on as a rookie.
And O'Connor tweeted last night, I love this for the Mavericks. And he tweeted out that saying from Dusty, hey, if we feel unprepared, don't worry. We have Rez, and they don't. He sets the tone. He's just a winner. Even on an off day, he turns things around. A perfect fit next to Cooper Flagg. That from Kevin O'Connor.
Have you done any of your famous YouTube scouting yet?
Yes.
Did you do you did his Michigan stuff?
Well, I didn't do his Mavs stuff.
No, he played at Illinois for a year. But the other thing I was curious about, so he played with all the guys who just went last night, like Flemings and DeBonsa. He was on the FIBA team when he was 18.
Yeah, I only did Michigan.
The FIBA stuff is the stuff that I've watched most so far. He is ridiculously, like, the anticipation and the instincts on defense are ridiculous.
Look, I'm going to keep going back to this, and I'm not trying to start a fight.
No, I don't. Yeah.
It feels very Nico. This pick feels very Nico, where I could just hear Nico afterwards say, defense and traits, this is how you win. That's why a lot of Mavs fans
really have to move on.
Were disappointed in the offensive league, especially getting a guard next to Cooper, someone to go ahead and create. What about Kyrie insurance? Yeah. And no, you go and you get a hard-nosed defender.
This is a pick that's going to take a lot of faith by the Mavs fan in the front office. Just trust him aside. It's going to take a lot of faith. If you noticed last night on social media, most were against it, and the ones who liked it had a Maverick logo somewhere in their avatar.
Yes.
That's when I know.
Or were like analysts like Kevin O'Connor who do like it, like the fit.
Now listen, nobody, I don't think you could, nobody's going to say no to having him on your team in general. This is a guy you want on your team. To me, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
He's like, do you want OG on your team? Yes. Do you want Pascal Siakam on your team? Yes. Do you want Draymond Green in his prime on your team?
Ooh.
Right, you do. Right? You want those guys on your team. Does that mean that you take him at 9? Like, if you knew that, if you go back and you say, okay, I see what OG is right now. I see what Siakam is. I knew what Draymond Green became. Yeah, okay, looking back 10 years later, okay, I could take him at 9.
Yeah.
But they weren't taken at 9. Right? They were. This is something that they searched out for this. That's this is more of a 20th that type of player.
Well, I mean,
very limited offensive game, right? They were 26th in 3-point shooting. This is not going to help that. He's 6'9". He's not going to play necessarily traditional center, and he's not going to be able to stretch the floor. I absolutely want him on this basketball team. I think he is a really good teammate. I think he's a really good dude to have on your team.
You're just not thrilled with the value.
I'm not thrilled with the value at 9. Again.
So you wanted them to trade up?
I mean,
because if we're talking about like who was there at 9 by that point, like all of them came off the board.
They all came off the board. I get it. Unless
you did want Burries, I guess.
I wanted Burries.
You had wanted Burries.
I'd have been fine with Burries. There's a lot. That was a tricky spot. They were in a tricky spot. They were either going to take the last of the guards, or they were going to take an older player in Yaxel, or they were going to take a...
Because it went Burries, Bucks at 10, Yaxel, Golden State 11, Mara right to OKC to try to be the Wemby stopper, Ament to Milwaukee.
Yeah, so you're taking a 24-year-old, a center with very limited offensive game, or a real lotto type ticket. Like, that's all. Ament is a very big upside or bust.
Yeah.
So there's not really an in-between with him.
Yeah, I mean, if you...
Right? So, like, now, if you wanted to do that... Or Burries. So there's a lot of guys that you could have taken there, and they just looked at it and they were like, okay, we'll do this. And that's fine. I don't know. I think we were all surprised.
Yeah, a Stephen Jones type move may have been, and I don't know, moving back to 14, moving back from 9 to 14 to take him. But people said Oklahoma City was eyeing him, and OKC did move up to 16. So maybe they would have moved up even further. Maybe they were just scared to lose him. But you got to tell me it's like Caleb Downs-Est that you love him that much versus 2-3 other guys on the board, and you do have inside info with his head coach.
Yeah, and I'm looking back over what the scouting reports were on some of the guys that he's picked, Masai has picked at the time that he picked them, and there is a lot of developmental offensive need there. These are, and then that's fine if you're saying you don't like them. I'm just saying, if you love Masai and you want Masai here, it seems like this is the way he likes to build a basketball team.
Yeah, it is. It's not sexy, but it can be exciting. Like when they were talking about Jaylen Brown yesterday on KNC, and they were like Jaylen Brown and Cooper Flagg defending the perimeter, I got excited listening to that. If you talk about Cooper Flagg and this kid at your other forward, Kyrie is not going to lock down and defend a lot of people. I don't know who else you're going to get offensively to help out with this. And then do you have a logjam of big men? Does this mean something for Lively or Gafford?
I'd find it hard to believe there's a more versatile defender in the draft.
Yeah. A lot of people said this is the best defender in the draft.
I'd find it hard to believe.
And it's not sexy in the moment, but it is a very, very good thing. But what about offensively? This is Dusty May with Kevin O'Connor talking about Morez's shooting.
It was more along the lines of this guy's going to get every rebound. He's going to be the most physical guy. He's going to do all this dirty work. He deserves the right to shoot a three, even if he doesn't shoot them well. And then when he started shooting them well, we're like, whoa, this worked out better than we even anticipated. And so it's a credit to him and the staff for the amount of time they spent working on this game. He's robotic in his approach. He's got a routine and he sticks with it. And I think he's going to be a very good spot-up shooter in the NBA.
I just can't wait to see him with NBA spacing, because you see the flashes when he would set a screen for Elliot Cadeau. Like, he had a finish this year where he caught the ball in the middle of the paint and just kind of pirouette and posterize the help defender. I don't even remember the opponent or the team, but it's just this graceful blend with pure explosiveness and athleticism where it's like, oh my God, can you just imagine this guy in a high pick and roll with a point guard that can shoot off the dribble with spacers outside? I think he's just going to be such a Swiss Army knife on the offensive end of the floor in the NBA that I think he's going to exceed his draft position wherever he goes.
I went and did other Twitter homework. Did you have something on that, Bobby?
Just more on mine's just a broader point on when we're talking about the offense and trying to develop the offense. We've heard so much about how Dusty May is supposed to be this offensive innovator.
Yeah.
And that's what Nick Nurse was when he came up as an assistant coach, he was an offensive guy.
Because Morez is 13-7 at Michigan.
I wonder if just the way that Masai thinks about it is, if I get athletes and somebody who knows how to design an offense for basketball, then what I can do, I can maximize that easier than I can maximize defensive play.
Twitter, no one had a better day at the draft combine than Morez Johnson Jr., 6'9" with no shoes, 250, 7'4" wingspan.
By the way, why? Who cares?
What?
Why does it matter whether he's going to be wearing? He's not playing barefoot. Why do they?
I think of Pavia.
Why do they put that? Oh yeah. Yeah, but why do they put that on 6'9"? Like he's not even worried. He's not going to be shoeless on the court.
Ben Wallace used to say he was 6'11" when he had his hair up, and then when he put it in cornrows, he was 6'6".
It's like I hate heat index. Don't tell me what the temperature is when conditions are perfect.
Right.
Tell me how it feels.
8-11 standing reach, 3-point star drill, 16 out of 30 hitting threes off the dribble. That's what he did at the combine.
That's
now,
good,
again,
because he did not show in college really at all.
Well, look, Mitchell Robinson and Shaq made free throws in practice, so I don't know how much it means. Pro lane drill, he was first, whatever the hell that is. 3-quarter court sprint first. Max vertical jump first. Shuttle run second. So you speak of the athleticism lining up with Bam Adebayo to some. Jeff Borzello, ESPN, talked to a half dozen college coaches today to get draft thoughts. Asked them for their favorite first-round pick outside the top 4 and point guard tier. More than half said Morez Johnson. He's got a lot of fans. And then Bobby's boy, Bill Simmons. The 5 guys I love more than where they're ranked. Burries, Phylon, who dropped a little bit, Zuby, and Morez. So he listed him in the top 5 that he liked outside of the studs.
And Morez is a shooter who he's clearly not there yet. And we've seen some guys develop it from literally doing nothing in college to then shooting the 3 with some success.
Yeah.
We've seen guys do that. Embiid did it. But if you look at for the regular season for Michigan, he didn't shoot a bunch of them, but he shot 45% from 3 during the regular season. Turning time came around, he was not nearly as efficient. He put up more of them, but he was about a 3 a game for Michigan during the regular season. He was shooting 45%. There's some potentially some growth margin there.
Kevin Hagelin in studio from 8 to 10 this morning for a Hump Day treat.
Hump Day.
Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs, recapping round 1 with us at 8 o'clock as well. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Young the Giant at the Toyota Music Factory on Saturday, July 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Every Wednesday at this time, commercial free in the Expressway. Win those tickets. We got them tomorrow and Friday as well. Let's chop it up.
Oh.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, no.
RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, chop, choppy.
I am convinced the only thing that has gone down in price are state inspections.
Who's that thanks to?
Well, honestly, I have no idea. I paid $18 for my inspection last week.
I did not pay that. I just got it texted to me the other day.
I got mail sent that I'm blaming my wife for losing. It's like new license plate registration, and I don't know where to go now to do that online because I know my wife threw it in the trash.
I think it's texas.gov.
Texas.gov?
If you got your inspection.
I need new license plate renewal and car inspection. I got local Tolo, but I need to take care of the license plate.
Yeah, for that little blue sticker, texas.gov. That's where I went to. I was able to do it online. But $18, I was like, this is the only thing that's gone down in price. I remember paying like $25 for this not too long ago. But something happened.
Wait, the inspection? Do you need the inspection anymore?
Yeah.
I thought you just need the registration now.
You got to get your car. I'm talking about for the sticker on the windshield.
Yeah,
that was $78 I just paid.
In the 4 counties, in these counties, you got to get it. I think if you live like in...
I'm talking about going to the mechanic.
Yeah.
You're talking about $18 for that.
Yeah.
I go to the mechanic, I say, I need to get clearance to get the new sticker.
Yeah, it's whatever your emissions or whatever it is. So
well, they're making sure you don't have a light on. And then you go to the...
Well, then I went online and ordered the sticker. But if you're late, like if you're after the month, so if it's 6, right, this 6th month, if it's in July, then you got to go to county or whatever.
That's why it's cheaper, though. You don't have to do the state. You don't have to do the inspection anymore. You just have to do the emissions test.
Right. That's it. Okay, that makes sense.
That's why it's cheaper. Is because they're not doing the full inspection anymore.
Okay, so that's what it was.
This is why I need an assistant.
So, but one thing happened while I was there. I was sitting in the waiting room.
Well,
and there's a lady sitting 2 chairs over. You got to have a chair in between, right? You got to do the buffer zone. And the guy comes over to tell her, ma'am, your oil pan is damaged or whatever, and, something else. There's a leak and this or that. And then he says, now look at this air filter. And he brings out this air filter, and this thing is just black, just dust, just covered in crud, which, as he's wiping it off, you see it become much more clear.
Ugh.
And by the way, these things are like $10 at Walmart. They take 5 minutes. If you have arthritis, it takes 5 minutes to put in. If you don't have arthritis, it takes 2 minutes. He goes, this is bad air. You breathe this in. And then he hits her with the craziest upsell I've ever heard. He goes, I've also heard it can cause gonorrhea.
You did not hear this.
I did. And she goes, I don't think that's what causes gonorrhea. And I'm doing one of those like Vern Lundquist chortles. You gotta be kidding me.
Are you embarrassed?
And she's like, no, I think I'm okay. I have never heard somebody try so hard to upsell on an air filter that you're going to go out there and say, I've heard this causes gonorrhea.
Are you sure that you heard that?
I'm 1,000% positive.
Gonorrhea cannot be transmitted or caught through air filters.
Exactly.
Nor can air filters protect against it.
Maybe it's like one of those jokes, like go in there and ask for the blinker fluid, like that they have you do at the mechanic.
Is that what they tell you?
You've never heard that?
No.
Oh, that's an old trick. Like dads will send their kids into the auto parts store and say, "Go ask them where the blinker fluid is," just to embarrass them.
A place tried this with me. They were successful. They're like, oh, $50 air filter. I'm like, okay, fine, but they were so annoying with other like minuscule aspects of just oil change with the car. I guess they don't think that you'll quit them. And they were so convenient just around the corner from my house. I was like, I'm not going to quit them. I'll just keep putting up with it. And then I ran into this Tola garage right across the street, even closer to my house. But it was so annoying. Like, they wouldn't give me the $20 oil discount that they're texting me because I didn't get off the website. Then I was supposed to print it off the website. And I don't leave bad reviews online. I don't want my name out there like that.
Right.
But I left a bad review for this place. And they wrote down for my wife's car, they wrote down the wrong mileage to go and get reserviced. It was like 3,000 miles off. And I did immediately get a call from them apologizing. So that at least was good customer service. But I switched mechanics because of this type of stuff.
There's nothing.
An honest one. That's why I told old Mike Osmond,
he's the greatest.
You can DM us. God, it really is true to find an honest mechanic and you treat it like gold.
I was about to say it is one of the biggest securities in life when you find a mechanic that is good and that you trust they're telling you the truth, because there's a lot of times where
you find one.
I remember I had a mechanic that worked on my Accord, got it to 315,000 miles, that car, with that mechanic, and when he got out of the business and he got into something else, it was like he told me somebody died in my family. I was devastated.
Rumors of the death of the breast have been exaggerated.
Air filters causing breast cancer now?
No. The push-up bra once thought that cleavage was dead thanks to British Vogue magazine. But Gen Z has brought back, this is right for you, Aiden, they have brought back the push-up bra. They are bringing it back.
For me.
Listen, I may not even
why are we
be
applauding this?
I may not even be necessarily a boob guy. I like them, but I don't love them. It's not my favorite part of the body. That said, who doesn't love cleavage? Everybody.
Cleavage is wonderful. But if we're just talking as a spectator sport here, right? Like this is a great turnaround because
it's great.
I'm not a fan.
Otherwise, like if you're in the market and then you see, oh, this isn't what I thought I purchased.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it could be some false advertising there. It could be some false advertising. But, yeah, I mean, this is a big win. And thank God for Gen Z for bringing this back. We thought a lot of these, the restaurants were dying. They're not dying.
More like Gen Double Z.
They're not dying. They're not dying. They're right here. And we got the push-up bra, which had been extinct for a number of years. But apparently, just like everything comes back in style, right? They went for the hyper feminine. Now they went for the super thin or the big butt, and now back to cleavage. Cleavage is back.
Good.
It's a good day.
You think that's a Sydney Sweeney thing? You think she's just shown them the error of their ways?
I mean,
is she fake?
No, but I mean, just in terms of like, I would.
No, I'm just asking though, like separately.
No.
You're natural, Sean. I've looked.
No, do they look at it and then do they go, well, that's who the guys are all in love with right now. I need to look more like that.
If your girl came to you and was like, I want to get that done, I want to get them done, you're already shaking your head no? Why?
This has been no.
Why?
No. Because I don't want fake. I want all natural.
You do?
Yeah. I want
even in 10 years?
The heavy naturals.
15 more years?
Well, I didn't. No. I didn't say anything about a lift.
Oh wow. Pay?
Probably not. No. Obviously it's expensive. I mean, if we had the money, maybe.
Yeah, if you have the money.
No, I probably wouldn't be a fan of it. Just give me the natural.
Okay.
I'm not a fan.
You're brand new. I mean, you just got married.
I like it real.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with the lips. The lips are the one. The lips are the big no-go for me.
Gosh, I know. Anytime Amanda talks about it, I show her a picture of this one girl that we all know.
The lips on the mouth, too. That's the worst.
Yeah, all right. So, Gracie the giraffe. Gracie the giraffe has been found.
Thank God. Who's that?
Gracie the giraffe was a giraffe that had been on the loose in the hill country. And this was
saw her head first.
This is the Real County Animal Rescue Shelter. They posted on social media on Monday that the ranch had been searching for Gracie. They were offering a $5,000 reward. How do you lose a giraffe?
How do you lose a giraffe?
You can literally see it from hundreds of feet away. Its head is sticking up. You can see it over the trees. Mm-hmm. It's taller than any crepe myrtle.
I always feel so bad for those giraffes when I'm watching the Netflix animal shows, man. And those damn lions, like 4 of them, sit there and jump and go at the legs and bring this poor thing down, tumbling down to the ground. I always feel so bad for them.
Have you ever seen giraffes like fight to the death in one of those documentaries?
No.
So I didn't think there was any way that, like, I was like, how would they even fight? They literally just swing their necks into each other over and over again until one of them just, like, falls over and, like, yeah, they're, like, bloodied by the end of it.
Wow.
I tried to show Choppy one time and he was like, I don't want to see that. Get that out of my face.
I don't want to see that.
We were watching some Animal Planet show. And I didn't know, like, giraffes and, like, zebras, when they have, like, a child.
Yeah.
That's, like, not... The runt of the litter or whatever, they will just stomp on them to kill them.
What?
No, yeah, they'll stomp on them. They're a lot of these, like, animals, whenever they get the sense that it's the runt or it's sick, they'll eat the, like, crazy. They'll eat the
Hope there's
baby.
No children in the car.
Well, they got to learn about life sometime.
Yeah.
Sometime, maybe not here.
Simba was eaten, guys.
Maybe not. Spoiler alert.
Not really.
I am jealous, though, and bitter that other babies, every baby animal is smarter than a human baby. I'm like, this thing has been out for 2 days and
walking is doing everything.
Figuring out food, adapting. They're so much better off than human babies.
It's our head. Our heads grow to the point where they have to get out. And we're not developed yet. So like another animal would be like, I think a giraffe or whatever. They're not 9 months.
Well, like
it's
zebras have to like run within 15 minutes of being born because they're like, you will get killed if you're just sitting here. And so they have to get up and run. Yeah. Like it's natural instinct stuff. Like they got to run. It's like
I get so mad every day when my kids don't eat something. I'm like, how did the caveman babies say like, I don't want sauce on my noodles? Like, were there picky caveman babies back in the day? You know what I mean?
Man,
that's a good point.
I don't like this type of Velveeta on the mac and cheese.
Yeah.
I don't want any ketchup. Like, what were the caveman babies picky about?
Oh, I mean, I
don't want any feathers in my
feathers
my dino eggs or whatever. Something like that.
Think about how much pickier we've probably gotten.
You know the
surely they were picky about something. They would say, "Oh, I don't want that animal.
That baby's not eating that.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot. So I'm going to go after another animal. I don't like this.
Right?
This is too gamey."
Yeah.
We had like the boxes of ramen and they'd expired and we were like throwing them out one day and we had the shrimp, chicken, and beef out there and we saw somebody like walk up to it who was homeless and started like grabbing them, picked up the shrimp and went ugh, and dropped it, and we were like, Mom can never say again, like, you know, hungry people would be happy to have this because we're like, we know for a fact they won't eat the shrimp one.
I mean, I think it's dumb to throw out ramen. It can last.
It can last
through generations.
Yeah.
Do you have a problem?
It's not like it's real shrimp in there.
No, which is why I would be more likely to eat it.
Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Do you have a problem with Giselle not posting Happy Father's Day for Tom when he posted Happy Mother's Day for her?
Especially after Tom broke down on ESPN Plus talking about Father's Day.
When I think about being a dad, I think about him because of what my dad meant to me. And I know I'm not as good a dad to my kids that my dad's been to me. And I use them as my example as to how to keep a family together and to care and to support and to love. And
we want our kids to be happy. I want them to be respectful of people. I want them to be kind. I want to make the world a better place. I think maybe what I'd wish for my children is to find something they really love to do like I have. But I think I've taken it to an extreme too, you know. There are imbalances in my life, and I hope they don't take things as far as I've taken them.
No, I do not have a problem with Giselle omitting him and leaving him out of Father's Day.
Okay.
She wish Antonio Brown Happy Father's Day?
I don't know. So Tom did one for Giselle and Bridget Moynihan, who was the mother of his oldest son. I think his name is Jack. And then Giselle posts a photo with her new trainer, dude, or jiu-jitsu guy. And he said, thanks for leading by example. Happy Father's Day. For the values, love, humility, kindness, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So do you have an issue with...
Wait, she wished it for her trainer?
Who's the father of her newest baby.
Oh, okay, father of her newest baby. It's a little... I mean, he kind of blew it, but...
Who?
Tom. Like, Tom kind of blew it. He just kind of told you about it.
He could have just not played that last year.
Yeah. like you sacrificed your marriage to have Dak kick your ass as a 7-9 team at Raymond James. Awesome. No, it's the... I just think in general, like, if your kids could see it or something else, just like, it's just be seen, like, saying, thanks for being their dad or whatever. If you're going to wish it to one of them and not the other.
You wish Jana happy?
She didn't have social media, so it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
You know.
You actually text her?
I do text her, yeah. And she texted me happy Father's Day. Yeah, of course, absolutely. Now, until we both got married again. Until we both got married again, we would get each other, like, Father's Day and Mother's Day gifts. But it would be like from the kids.
Right.
Like I would give the money to the kids to go buy something. And then once we both got married, it was like it's kind of inappropriate to do that.
Yeah.
Right? You know, like let her husband buy her one and let Sarah buy me or whatever. So it changed up a little bit, but we still do a text.
Chopping it up every hump day.
Hump day.
At this time in the commercial-free expressway, we got a couple treats to kick off the 8 o'clock hour. Kevin Hagelin co-hosting the rest of the show, and Chuck Cooperstein, the voice of the Mavs, on what they did last night after this.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And with the 25th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Sergio de Larrea from Valladolid, Spain, and the Valencia Basketball Club.
And that ends up going to the Dallas Mavericks with some chaos and confusion at the end of the night. Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour with Sean, RJ, Bobby, and a special guest for the rest of the program, Kevin Hagelin from the KNC Masterpiece. And we get to interview the voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein, joining us here on DFW Sports Station. Chuck, good morning. Thanks for the time. Why did last night remind you of the end of the movie Trading Places?
Because Lewis and Billy Ray waited until just the right moment to strike. And certainly in the case of De La Rhea, they did. Some could argue that, they didn't wait on Johnson. In fact, they might have jumped on Morez Johnson. But I just think this was a master stroke of understanding the draft and understanding what others were thinking. And I just think that this was really, really good work because they ultimately they solved some problems. They didn't solve all their problems, but they solved some problems, and they got winners. And for a team that won just 26 games last year, do believe that they have very much a winning player already here, one that can ultimately be built around. And you see, what do they need in order to make Cooper Flagg even more effective? Then you'd have to say, I think pretty objectively here, job well done.
Now, a lot of Mavs fans would say, no, in order to help Cooper even more, and this is a lot of the, projection and build-up, you get someone in the backcourt and make sure, you have someone who can set him up. Instead, they go with a guy who you said kind of reminds you of Charles Oakley a little bit. How much was Morez on your radar, and how surprised were you when they actually picked him?
I was surprised. I thought that Burries was probably the best fit, and I thought that when things happened between 5 and 8, the way they did with all the point guards coming off the board, that Burries could very well be the guy because he reminded me of Bradley Beal. A guy who can really shoot the ball and who could handle it enough to make others better. But when you see what the playoffs were like this year and how physical the playoffs were, the Mavericks were not nearly physical enough last year. And Morez Johnson, if nothing else, is a wrecking ball. A wrecking ball with hands that might even be bigger than Kawhi Leonard's. So, he's going to be able to finish around the rim. He's a great finisher around the rim. He's obviously not been much of a shooter. Really outside of 15 feet, didn't shoot the three at all at Illinois as a freshman. Shot it a little bit more last year, but again, not very much. And that's something that he probably will have to expand on some level. But I don't think they're ultimately going to take away from what he does best. Everybody who has been around him, and if you look again, just even at his playing track record, when he played for the USA U19 team that won the gold medal in the summer of 25. In the final they played against he and Mikal Brown and Koa Pete and a whole bunch of people who ultimately went in this draft. They played against Germany in the final against Hannah Steinbach, who went to Charlotte, and Christian Anderson went to Charlotte, and Hannah Steinbach, and they won big and they played great, and he was dominant in those games. So I couldn't be happier ultimately with the pick, and really ultimately what the direction that Masai Ujiri and Mike Schmitz want this thing to look like.
Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs, join us here at 105 through the Fan. When you were watching him in college and the Michigan team in general, did you ever see him as the guy who was going to be first off the board amongst the Michigan players?
I mean, you could see it because he wasn't quite as versatile as Lindeborg, but he's also, in the draft world, age matters, and he's the youngest guy of the three. So that matters to a lot of these people. It doesn't really necessarily matter a lot to me, but it does matter to a lot of the people who do this. He, as the season wore on, he became even more and more impactful. And in the tournament, he was just outrageously good. Lindeborg really didn't do all that much in the tournament. He was hurt for a lot of the tournament. So I think that gave Johnson maybe a little bit more of a runway to show what he was capable of doing. And then tack on everything that happens, post tournament and in the build up to the draft and the workouts and the combine and all that stuff. And he just blew everybody away.
When you talk about that draft pick specifically, and then you add in Cooper Flagg, P.J. Washington, what do you think about the defensive versatility that this team can put out there? And how do you maybe see those three players working in cooperation?
It's going to be interesting here with Washington. He's got a pretty big contract that comes into play starting this year, and he hasn't played a lot either the last 2 years. He's played under 60 games the last 2 years. He needs to be healthy, and at the very least, Johnson is a preventative measure to that. I think what we saw last night was just the beginning of really the ultimate teardown and rebuild of this team around Cooper Flagg. This team is not even close to being done to what it looks like, in my opinion, when they go to training camp in October.
Chuck Cooperstein with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Chuck, the second pick, which obviously came about by these odd means where everybody's trying to figure out, all right, who exactly did Dallas take at the end? Sergio de Larrea. When you look at him, and he's playing for the title in his league today, how quickly would he be somebody, in your understanding, that could be available to them? Is this somebody who's an international player who's going to take a little bit of time to adjust, or is this somebody who, like this season, can come in and contribute?
Well, I think he's going to, again, I haven't heard anything from the Mavericks, but when you pay the price that they paid, then I think there's a pretty good understanding that he's going to be here. And you look at the Mavericks point guard situation. What is their point guard situation other than Kyrie, right? So they'll probably add a veteran point guard during free agency on some level. But I have to believe that De La Rey is coming over, and again, winning player. And everybody kind of freaks out when they look at international players. See the low numbers, the low playing time, and that's just the nature of how international ball is played and coached. It's not, it's a shorter game too. It's a 40-minute game, and the rotations are such that they're playing 10 or 11 guys. So he's a 20-year-old that's playing about 18 minutes a game for Valencia, and he's got an interesting game about him. He's got the size to see over people. He will definitely move the ball, and he's a terrific shooter. Now he's not a great athlete by any stretch of the imagination. He's not a run fast, jump high kind of guy, but he's got those basketball intangibles. And the question I always ask myself when I'm looking at prospects and we do this whole draft thing is, can he play? That's all I want to know. Can he play? I really don't worry about the measurables or anything like that. And they matter, but the bottom line is when you watch the tape, what do you see? And what they see is a guy that's going to be he's going to be 21 next year, and he's playing in the best domestic league outside of the NBA. And his team is about to win, and he's a major contributor to that. So to me, that augurs extremely well for him.
Coop, how big of a jump is it from college to pro from the coaching standpoint with Dusty, and how much impact do you think he had in this selection?
I think he probably had some, but it was more of a confirmation for Masai Ujiri and Mike Schmitz. Because if you really think about this now, and I think all of us, we're all reacting in the moment, but when you step back and really start thinking about this, isn't Morez Johnson a bigger, stronger version of Colin Murray-Boyles, who was picked in the exact same spot by Masai Ujiri last year for Toronto? So I think May had an influence, but I do think that this was the work of two scouts who love to scout and who love to see the potential upside. They're fairly big swing guys, and this if you believe all the mocks, and because Johnson wasn't mocked there. That this is considered to be a big swing, although really I don't think anybody thought that he was going to be on the board beyond 12. So, I mean, if you're picking ninth, is that not certainly within the parameters of a possible draft choice? So, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What are your thoughts on the Dusty hire?
I was surprised, but I'm taken by it, given the people that I've talked to over the last few days, that he's a junkie, a total basketball junkie. Just loves watching the game, and he loves teaching the game. And granted, in the NBA, it's a little harder because you don't practice nearly as much as you do in college, and for as long. Although I think a lot of college coaches have gone to shorter, harder practices. But I think he's as prepared for this as anyone can be. And even with that, he's going to be learning a lot this year for sure. And the hope clearly has to be that, when his coaching staff is put together, that he will have an established NBA guy by his side. And, not necessarily to hold his hand, but just to sort of, show him the way of the world.
Coop, when we talk about Masai Ujiri and his scouting ability and everything that he's done to really kind of take control of personnel and everything we've heard about Dusty May and what he is as a tactician, a leader, everything else, what do you think the outlook is from here on out through the rest of the offseason? Like, what kind of a team do you think they're trying to build? Like, what types of players do you think they're looking to build with the rest of the way?
Well, look, I mean, they still need shooting. I mean, De Larrea aside, this team still needs, people who can shoot to the point where the Mavericks aren't in the bottom 5 in the league in field goal defense, in field goal shooting, 3-point shooting, and free throw shooting. They left a lot of points on the board last year. And granted, yes, a lot of guys were hurt, this, that, and the other, but they got to find shooting, and I think they know that. So I think that will be a guiding force for them as, it's hard to believe, but look, next week, literally next week is the beginning of free agency and really the beginning, of trade season. And so they're going to be extremely busy, just trying to ultimately fill out the roster because, again, it's not just even the guys you draft. I mean, there are guys that are free agents that probably are not going to be back. Again, this is my opinion, but I just it's hard to imagine that the roster is going to look very much like it looked at the end of last year. I think there are some people that I think they could be very curious about a guy like Poulakidis on the two-way with his ability to shoot. But shooting is at such a premium in the league. I mean, yes, defense is great. And ultimately, yes, you have to have it if you're going to build a championship program, but you've got to be able to score, and you've got to be able to score more easily than the Mavericks scored last year. Kyrie is going to help for sure, but you have to hope that Kyrie is available for, around 65 games. And, that can be somewhat of an issue too, because he's been somewhat injury prone in his career.
You have any round 2 coverage?
I do not. I'm off the hook tonight. I'll be watching like you.
Nice. Thank you so much, Chuck. We always appreciate the info and the expertise. Enjoy it.
Take care, guys.
Voice of the Dallas Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's fully unleash Kevin Hagelin on what the Mavs did. Does he agree with others that they were the biggest losers of the night?
Whoa!
And lollipops and rainbows in Major League Baseball that we saved for Kevin on the home of the Rangers next. But let me go ahead and have Hurtado Barbecue help
here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 3-0 pitch, and that ball is hit high and deep into right. Osuna turning to find the wall, standing and watching as it sails out of here. Into the bullpen, Joe Mack, his 4th home run of the year, and he has given the Marlins a 2-1 lead.
Hixie with the call here on your home for Rangers baseball. Did not feel like a 6-4 game, as they were pretty much down more than that throughout until a couple of home runs late, or Brandon Nimmo, Jock Peterson trying their best. Rangers fall to Miami, and we're going to finish this up with DeGrom on the mound today, and that is why Kevin Hagelin is joining us the rest of the show in studio from the KNC Masterpiece. Good morning. Thanks for coming in.
Absolutely. Hey, what's been the feedback y'all have gotten for the Mavs stuff thus far? Or is it just feedback about the Rangers still can't score a run when the bases are loaded?
No, they haven't been talking as much about that. It is I'd say it's probably 60% like the pig.
Oh, okay,
on
great.
The fan text.
That is better than social media I saw last night.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, Bobby said some people are more mad at us. We were relaying, part of it is relaying the negativity and reaction from social media that people think is coming out of your mouth. And then we're talking about, his lack of offensive game and maybe being able to trade back, and the surprise factor of not previewing Morez Johnson as much as a lot of the other guards. But forget all of that. You just unleash on surprise, happiness, dissatisfaction, your thoughts on what the Mavs did at 9, and I guess we're calling it 25.
Yeah, then, by the way, that was super weird because was it Stein who's like, looks like the Mavs are trading out of 30, they're going to pick up a couple of second-round picks, and you're like, hold on. No. It's the team, it's the Knicks that have traded back to 30 to facilitate that pick for the Mavs who are going to make that trade.
Because I know Dusty May liked Koa Pete, so when I heard Koa Pete,
I was all excited.
I was like, he got one of his guys, and then they're like, they're trading it to the Suns, but turns out that they got the guard out of Spain.
Because this time last year, like maybe, let's just say October of last year, Koa Pete was thought of as a top 10 player.
Yep.
He was going to be a top 10 pick. Maybe higher than that, maybe top 5.
Yeah.
And then obviously the year goes on, and he was,
Well, they're like, he's only scoring in the paint.
Right. It wasn't what they had hoped. And they obviously that Arizona team was pretty good anyway. But it was like, all right, that I was excited when I thought that maybe Koa Pete was going to be here.
I didn't know that was Andres Pete's brother. I just found that out.
Koa Pete or Isaiah Evans.
Thank you for ignoring that.
Yeah.
I just found it out.
I thought would have represented a really good value at pick 30. All right, so let's just compare Morez to the other two Michigan people to start, right? All right, so the people that wanted Lendeborg, he is, and Chuck just references, he's almost 4 years older than Morez Johnson. So I don't, let's just start with that. Secondarily,
he's the Messidor of this.
I could see that, and I do think he's a quality player. One of the questions that would arise if you're the Mavericks then, and I promise we'll get to Morez Johnson, is where's he going to go? Were you going to play him at the 3, or are you going to play him at the 4? Because if you're going to play him at the 4, man, are you going to be playing a whole lot of small ball yet again. He saw an incredible surge in his three-point shooting over the last 11 games of the season, really going into the postseason. Is that going to stick? Because if it does, then you made a mistake. If it doesn't, well, then that opens the field back up. And for the people that are, and that's fine, if I'm wrong about this, so be it. For the people who are caught up on Mara, I think this is going to end up being a reach. All right? So I know people are intrigued. He's 7'3", and he's a really good passer. I don't dispute that whatsoever. But he's not that great at rebounding for his size. He's good, but not great rebounding for his size. He's a strong rim protector, but I still think he's kind of slow-footed, especially laterally. I know there are some people who disagree. He feels like he's one of the more divisive prospects in this, but I think both of those guys are good players.
Are you laughing at the notion that he was drafted to be the Wemby stopper?
Oh, I think he absolutely was drafted to be. Like, I think it's exactly what it was. The first thing I thought, I was like, "Oh gosh, how many centers do they need over there?
Yeah,
what do they need?" And I agree with you. Like, he's a good rim protector, but. There's a big difference between being a good rim protector in college and being one of the pros.
Yeah, and he can't follow Wemby around.
Right.
No.
So, I know that's probably hard for many people, but I do think that Morez Johnson is somebody that, like, if that's what you want to focus on.
He can follow Wemby.
Yeah, he can. But realistically, nobody's going to be the Wemby stopper.
Right.
Sure. But breakdown for...
Wemby will be.
That could be true. So, for Morez, he has a huge body with top-notch length and athleticism. He's here to start because of defense, all right? You heard it on the telecast last night, and this is an amazing stat to me. Opponents shot 35% against Morez Johnson when he was the primary defender. He also has a great motor. So you worry with somebody that big that you're going to slow down. Not the case. Move. Offensively, he's really good on the screen and roll. He has huge hands, as was just referenced. That's why I chuckled about that, which leads to an excellent above the rim game. And at this point, you might be like, wow, why didn't he go in the top 3? Because his ability to finish is kind of where his offensive game starts and stops. He doesn't shoot the 3 hardly at all. That is a rarity, less than 1 per game, and that was up from his freshman year. And his offensive range for now is pretty limited. He can't really create his own shot, and he doesn't consistently have a pull-up game either. So what I want to see with that, which is very similar to what RJ used to have in his life, not a very consistent pull-up game. Very close. Very close. Not the same.
Get him.
But close. Do you consistently run him at the 4, or are you going to try to go undersized 5 on this? Some folks are comping him to Isaiah Stewart, but I think he's got some Daniel Gafford vibes as opposed to just PJ Washington. So watch out for that. And his ceiling, I think, would be, and Bobby, you just showed me that graphic. That's already kind of what I thought. His ceiling, I think, is Bam Adebayo. His reasonable ceiling is Bam Adebayo.
What were you thinking at 7 after Brown was taken off the board?
Yeah.
Wagler goes to the Clips at 5. And you got Acuff, you got Flemings, you have Burries, you have Yaxel, you got the Wolverines. What were you thinking at 7 in terms of, all right, move up for Acuff right now. I want this guy at 9. I'm going to have someone fall to me on the board, or move back. Or trade for Jaylen Brown.
Obviously, I would listen to that. That would confuse me because that was my biggest issue with the trade that we talked about yesterday. I think it could have viably worked, but Jaylen Brown wants his own team. Well, you come here. This is not going to be your team. I thought I would have been fine with trying to make a move up for 7. I know that Acuff thinks defense is stupid, but I would have loved to see him in this system because I think he could learn to be a competent enough defensive player, and he has the highest offensive upside there is. But it was my guy got taken off the board at number 8, and that is what really, I thought Mara was going to move up to 8, and then I thought you would have your choice of if you wanted to go with Burries or if you wanted to go with Kingston Flemings. Kingston Flemings is the person that I really wanted because I think defensively he's very, very good, and I think he could be your next point guard. Not your next Kyrie per se, but your next point guard. For Burry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, do you think they would have done that? If they would have taken Mara at 8, or do you think they were just committed, like, we're going Morez?
I think you were probably right about that. Like, who I wanted, obviously, can be irrelevant. I still think they would have got with Morez, but I wonder if they would have taken a little bit more time, or if they would have been more open for trading back. And remember, like we talk about with the NFL draft all the time, if you want to trade back, that's great. Who are you going to trade back with? Is somebody available? I would have liked Kingston Flemings quite a bit, just because of his offensive ability is significantly higher, and that would address some of your shooting concerns. Some, not all. But I also kind of thought when we got to 9, they might trade down. My biggest issue, if you don't like the pick because you don't like Morez Johnson, that's totally fine. I think that's a arguable point, but I get it. But he was mocked pretty much at 12. You know, ESPN had him at 12. I know CBS did slide him down to 14.
CBS dogged the Mavs for this, I think, with a C+.
Which I get it. If you go from 14 to 9, I get that, but I think he was going to go off the board at 12. So if they turned down a deal that would have picked you up, whatever, I get it. Otherwise, I think it's a little bit of an overdraft, but not like a shocking overdraft.
All right, we move Brett Boone to tomorrow at 9 o'clock here on your home of the Rangers.
Just for me?
Just for you.
That's so nice.
And
he did it in the middle of that last answer. He was like, he's gone 5 straight minutes. We're not going to have enough time.
Oh, man.
No, I like it. It's an easier life for us. We are going to ask, and my first question to Brett tomorrow is going to be lollipops? Seriously, I even wanted to do the interview with all of us sucking on lollipops.
Yeah, we can do that.
While Brett is
Y'all can do that
on Zoom. You never do anything that's...
Where Aaron is like, he did this before? He was shocked by that.
What did Jazz do, your boy?
All right, Jazz Chisholm, this couple of nights ago, is seen on playing second base, not on second, playing second base. And the TV crew zooms in on him sucking on a blow pop.
Relax.
I don't know if it was a blow pop or a Tootsie Pop.
Which is better?
Blow pop's
Neither,
better.
but the blow pop is better. The blow pop is better.
Hard to disagree.
And this caused quite the stir because you see an athlete out on the field sucking on a stick.
Yep.
And Aaron Boone, who's I guess he has a weekly with John Boy on their Talking Yanks podcast.
Yeah, he gets sassy with them on there.
He will. And they asked him about this with Jazz the blow pop.
Oh, yeah, that pisses me off.
Okay.
I didn't know about it until after the game. So he and I talked about that. That won't be going on.
So he continued and said when he was surprised that he didn't, that he did this before, and then he goes, I didn't notice it. I was told about it after the game, and I'm thinking to myself, wait a second.
He was at the plate doing it before too,
right?
Yeah.
During an at bat.
You didn't notice it when you couldn't see it. Like I guess maybe maybe they were in the third base dugout all the way to second base. Could be a little far where maybe you don't see a blow pop because you're not paying attention to look for a blow pop, right? You look at the pitcher, but to not know this happened before and then it has to happen again. I am like, and then
Jazz Chisholm is a clown.
Oh,
he has been a clown. He is a clown, and he will always be a clown. They tried to prop him up 3 years ago. It was a fail. He's a character. I think he's a clown. This is ridiculous, and I'm even calling out Brett Boone here. Aaron Boone, because I think you ever go home and try to act tougher to your wife where you're like, I told this person at the store and I went off, and you really didn't go off that much.
Yeah.
I think Aaron Boone may have done that because when they asked Jazz after the game about it, Jazz goes, yeah, it's just a safety thing. It's like when I tell my 5-year-old don't run with the scissors, or I tell Ava you cannot eat that candy cane and jog around the house. It feels like Aaron Boone went and came at it from a standpoint of safety. Well, we don't want you diving and making a gold glove play and having the Tootsie Pop go right down your larynx. So I'm thinking Aaron Boone wussed out here. But Jazz Chisholm, clown, doing it again.
He's definitely a clown. He's like, he even said, like, we're playing a kid's game. We're having fun. Like, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
What'd
you say?
I don't see the problem. Like, it's a game now where they're giving infielders, like, mics to do interviews in the middle of their thing, but they don't want them sucking on to, like, a Tootsie Pop between pitches.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I don't like it.
If Micah Parsons was playing linebacker, you would have run him out of town.
I do think
they ran him out of town for less than a Tootsie Pop.
Playing linebacker with a Tootsie Pop in his mouth.
Yeah, but I think probably baseball's probably different than football with that and everything, but it's still a bad look.
The guys are all chewing dip. They're doing interviews now with headsets in the infield. To me, what's a Tootsie Pop in between?
Wow. Okay. Kevin, do you agree?
I do not. But
don't go at him.
No,
Is it a professionalism thing to y'all? Y'all just don't think it's professional?
You may have a point in that the lollipop just looks...
It looks bad.
It looks worse than...
It looks like you don't care.
How different is it than
That's
seeds?
what I think. It looks like he's like, oh, well,
but he already
maybe
doesn't care, and we know that.
Yeah. How different is it than seeds? I get it.
He's been wearing Giancarlo Stanton's pants and going, I want to break out of a slump. But they let him do that. They're letting him wear pants 2 sizes too big as a bit.
Maybe it's just the look of the lollipop.
Maybe it is.
See, that's what I think. It does feel flippant because of that. But, like, let's say he was eating, I don't know, Werther's Original or something. Would anybody have even noticed, or would they care?
No, those are good, too.
They would not care.
Yeah.
If you're 80. No, they are good. All right, a little bit of Diamond Cavs here. Back to the Mavs draft at 9 o'clock on DFW Sports Station. Get ready for a fight, I think. Why one list thinks the best wide receiver in Texas doesn't even play for the Cowboys. And below, the bell, with special guest Kevin Hagelin. Hump Day edition continues.
After we get
Your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt. Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers, and we just talk ball.
AI.
Thank you, Sean Sharif. Oh, why this list may get RJ Choppy furious. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by
More
Window
mad
Nation
than even the Morez Johnson
and D&M Leasing.
Do you hate that pick?
No, I don't hate the pick.
Now, don't do this now where 3 weeks from now you start taking your comedy shots. I just want you to be, because last time in the text and on Twitter you didn't seem very happy. So I don't want you to now in 3 weeks.
Yeah, well, they drafted Keon Clark.
Yeah.
You know?
It was an offensive back. I just want to be. I want to put out there because I can understand if you have hesitation or negative feelings, but I can see in 3 weeks the RJ comedy show being unleashed.
All I said on Twitter was it was a stunner.
No, but your text to us was not that tame.
Well, my text was, what I say in the text is way different. That's a group text. We don't mean what we say in group texts.
I mean everything I say in group text.
That's exposed. I remember.
Yeah, he wants it like notarized and like.
I'm just saying, a month from now, I know what shots you're going to be taking.
The reality is that he was not my first choice.
Or
my second.
He wasn't your last, though. That was Mara.
Or third, fourth, or fifth choice.
Can I just ask? I don't want to interrupt too much. What was kind of that hierarchy for you then?
It wasn't necessarily a player. It was more skill set. Like, I wanted somebody who could shoot. I wanted somebody who would help them with their 26th ranked 3-point shooting.
Okay,
like, you know, it didn't matter.
Which Lendeborg could have done.
I mean, look, all these guys are, you know, it's a crapshoot anyway. A lot of especially when you
get the guys on the board. Who would you have taken above him? Of the guys that were left on the board,
I would have taken Burries above him.
Okay.
I would have taken Phylon above him.
Okay.
Ooh, I do like Phylon.
I would have taken Yaxel above him.
Okay.
I would have taken Amen above him.
All right.
I would have taken. I need to go.
Mara?
No, I would not take it Amara.
You'd have taken Lendeborg above him, though,
yeah,
right?
I would. Yeah, I'd have to go back and who was taken?
Sturts.
No.
Lopez.
No.
Okay. So four more guys.
Yeah. I think he's a good player. Like, I don't think there's a problem with it. It's just, you know, I could see what he was looking for. I could see that he's trying to recreate Siakam or OG or Draymond Green even.
Yeah.
I could see that. I just don't know that I would reach for that at 9. That's something that I look at in the 20s. But again, he wouldn't have been there.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to be a good player. Like, and that's the thing. But the way I was looking at the draft, and I know we're getting sidetracked.
Yeah, we can do it at 9.
All right. 9 o'clock.
Before I get to actual football, then can I just make one more observation, which is I figured Choppy's basketball takes out. It's going to be just the polar opposite of whatever he's thinking about the World Cup. So he loves the nothing matches and the no offense in the World Cup. He loves the flopping in the World Cup, and then he hates it with SGA. So whatever his take is in basketball, it's the opposite in the World Cup, and he loves it.
I don't love nothing in the World Cup. I don't even enjoy the soccer necessarily.
You called that nothing game. You said this is bigger than Appalachian State beating Michigan.
Yeah,
team that actually won.
The outcome of it, the result of it.
There was no result. It was a tie.
You love the pageantry.
I love the stakes.
The fan bases.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get Choppy a little more riled up.
Yeah.
Greg Rosenthal.
You're 0 for 1 there, Bob.
No, I think that's an accurate take. I think history's going to be on my side there. Greg Rosenthal and Nate Tice did a podcast the other day, and Greg Rosenthal's done this a couple different times on his NFL Daily podcast every year, where it's like he'll draft as if it's a draft of just one position. So, hey, we're going to alternate. He'll have an analyst on, and we're going to take the top 32 receivers. We're going to take the top 32 offensive linemen, top 32 defensive players, whatever it is. And then you just kind of see, like, all right, where are we generally rating these guys if we were just needing to draft for next year only? And so there's a couple interesting things on this list. And so I'm just going to go from 1 down. So odd number picks are Nate Tice. Even numbered picks are Greg Rosenthal. Pick 1, best receiver in the NFL. Does everybody still think it's Justin Jefferson, or is Chase past him?
It's whatever.
I'll say Jefferson still.
Justin Jefferson was the number 1 pick. The number 2 pick was Jamar Chase. Number 3 was
George Pickens.
Puka Nacua. Number 4,
George Pickens.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. Rockwall zone. Number 5.
George Pickens.
Nico Collins.
Whoa.
What?
Nico Collins is the highest drafted receiver in the state of Texas.
And
that was Nate Tice.
Odds were Nate Tice.
Yeah, Nate Tice, who has also recently said he's not a fan of Javonte Williams, so we're already kind of questioning him a little. But Broadus loves him. Broadus thinks he's like
He
genius.
has played with the worst quarterback, like many Texans receivers do.
He's really, really good.
DeAndre Hopkins got screwed for the majority of his career.
He's really good. I would take him over Pickens. I would never take him over Lamb. Ever. Pick 6.
What do you not? You hate George. You hate
No, I don't hate George.
Nico Collins is a damn good player.
Number 6, CeeDee Lamb gets taken. How much further do you think until we get to George Pickens, Chop?
I've already stopped listening to these two idiots.
Number 7, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
He's from Panama.
I don't think he's from Panama.
Number 8, Drake London.
Oh man!
Oh no!
Yeah, see, this is now we're diving into perceived biases.
Oh wait, number 9, AJ Brown. Number 10, Devontae Smith.
Oh my God!
So if not for the trade, the Eagles would have had the top duo in football, still according to them. Number 11.
Wow.
Tetaroa McMillan.
That's early.
Any other thoughts here?
No, but what website is this on?
This is Greg Rosenthal and Nate Tice.
What website?
Well, Greg Rosenthal does the NFL podcast for NFL Media, and then Nate Tice writes for Yahoo.
Yeah, I mean, if you're you work for a league. I'm not impressed.
Number 12.
Who do we work for?
George Choppy Pickens is number 12 on this list, which does, I know it's no consolation to Chop right now as he's seeing red thinking about all the receivers ahead of Pickens.
I'm not seeing red.
But, no, you're literally seeing red with your eye this morning.
You have pink eye.
It's not pink. It's something. It's a clogged tear duct.
It was disgusting what you were describing during the break. So that is the top receiving duo in football by a considerable amount because T. Higgins is 15. But this does mean that this is like nothing to do with off the field stuff or anything else. This is just what kind of player you think he can be. That means at least they're still in the analyst world.
Did they say nothing to do with off the field?
No, yeah, this is just about play performance. I went back and listened to the podcast. So this is just about them talking about what kind of a player you're going to be next year.
Who's criminal to be above Pickens, Kevin?
I think
Drake London, Devontae Smith.
Drake London and Devontae Smith. That's
Ted?
criminal. Ted is criminal.
AJ now?
Criminal.
No, I don't agree with it, but I don't think it's criminal.
Nico?
Criminal.
That's criminal.
Oh, Nico's so good.
Yeah, he's good. Of course, and
CJ Stroud is not.
Look, to me, we've just conveniently forgotten about what George did last year, and I think we're penalizing him for his years in Pittsburgh.
I think
to me, last year was his first year in the NFL. That's how I'm looking at it. It's his first year with the quarterback.
But why are you? But then you're punishing Nico for the same thing.
I'm not punishing Nico.
You're saying it's criminal for him to be above him.
CJ Stroud
Nico has had what George had. Kind of basically in Pittsburgh at quarterback.
I think CJ's far better than anything that George had in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And
has Nico had CJ the entire time?
No. Nico was the first couple years. I don't remember who he was with. Whoever the quarterback would have been the first 2 years.
Who was before CJ Stroud? Kevin.
Deshaun.
Yeah.
Oh, not 21 because Deshaun was already in trouble by then. No, if you look at in the last 3 years, that's the thing is that his numbers, if there's anything you want to ding Nico Collins for, and look, Nico Collins should not be number 5. I do think there's a really strong case that Nico Collins is better than Pickens. And if you look at from 2023 through 2025, his 17-game averages, Nico Collins over the last 3 years, because he's missed some games in there, is 89 receptions, 1,384 yards, and 9 touchdowns.
If you wanted to put Drake London up here,
I would not put London above.
You do it. Let me finish my statement. You do it after the 2024 season. But because of the 2024 season, I drafted him in fantasy. He screwed me over real hard. Ooh. And you gonna sit there and put him over George Pickens after last year when he had 68 catches for less than 1,000 yards? So I got a problem with Drake. I got a humongous problem with Devontae. Devontae Smith is going to get exposed this year, in my opinion, for not being a 1. That's that can be maybe a hot take. I don't know. You can say AJ held him back. I think AJ is going to be losing a step, so Pickens is over AJ. I won't fight you big time on Amon-Ra. To me, they're different type of guys. 3rd and 8, I want Amon-Ra. 3rd and 14, I want George. Big play down the field. I'm not going to go crazy. I'd probably take George over Nico, but I'm not going to go crazy about it. And then, to me, too early for Tet McMillan, and I may be bitter that the Cowboys did not have him. So that's my reaction to the list, but it's a pretty rough list.
I think that he's not better, or Drake London's not better than him. Drake London's just not. Tet, it's just 1 year.
Yeah.
But really, it's kind of just 1 year from George. I think Tet is going to be a better player this year. If I'm talking about what I think they're going to be in 2026, Tet's going to be a better receiver, I think. Now, I don't think that Devontae's better. Devontae Smith
doing it with the worst quarterback in Carolina.
Devontae Smith in his last 35 games, going back to December of 23, his last 35 games, he has 3 100-yard games. He's not like, and they're talking him up like, oh yeah, he just needed to be freed from A.J. Brown. No,
he's like Jaylen Brown. He just needs to get his own receiving core.
You need a quarterback is what you need. The ones who are just egregious to me are London and Devontae Smith. Tet is a question, I guess, and then Pickens is in there. But to me, Nico would be above George Pickens.
Below.
E-belt.
RJ not getting as fired up as we were anticipating.
They lost the credibility with the list, so I just stopped.
Is it your eye that's slowing you down?
No, I'm not gonna get drawn off sides by two guys I don't really respect.
Oh, ouch.
Okay.
Keep blowing up more guests.
When do we have him on?
We've had Greg Rosenthal on before.
That's great. We're going to bring him on again.
All right, final hour. Well, where's this going to go here?
I didn't really say that when you were up there.
Kevin Hagelin in studio from the KNC Masterpiece. I have a man and a guy who's going to make you feel so freaking fantastic about the Dallas Mavericks draft next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the 9th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Morez Johnson Jr. from the University of Michigan.
Final hour fist pump time with Kevin Hagelin from the KNC Masterpiece. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton Russell and Aiden Butler running the Odyssey app, FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. Brett Boone will join us tomorrow, former Rangers hitting coach, at 9 a.m. on your home for Rangers baseball. The Red Zone with the Brendan Sorsby shutdown coming up at 9:20, and we'll crosstalk at 9:40.
With still me, and just me. So should we even call it that? Can I get y'all's insight on something real quick? What do you like better as a World Cup segment name? VAR from Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I like that, yeah.
Shindig, or for Kicks and Giggles?
I think VAR from Perfect.
VAR from Perfect.
VAR from Perfect is good.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Back to your regularly scheduled program.
So... last night, the Mavs end up with two players. They go Michigan, Wolverine. Were you surprised Dusty May was not at the Mavs headquarters?
A little bit. I also, because y'all asked Coop about this as well, I liked his answer, Morez's answer to, do you think Dusty May had an impact? And he goes, well, it's only his second day, but maybe a little bit. Because I think he kind of didn't love that question. He was like, no, I'm good.
What did you make of Dusty's draft reactions towards some of the other players going? Was he pumped for them, or was he thinking, wait, where are they, and do we play them? Dang it.
I thought he was pumped for them, and then when the Michigan kids got taken, it looked like he was their dad, and he was like, this is the greatest day of my life, which I kind of like.
All right, so you would agree that a lot of the pundits in the reaction had what the Mavs did at 9 as the first possible, and I'm going to do dashes after all these. So possibilities of either being the first surprise, the first reach, the first mistake.
I think it was the first two for sure. I mean, look, I don't think it was a huge reach, but you definitely overdrafted by maybe 3 spots. But if this is the guy you wanted, nobody wanted to trade down with you, then you got to go and pull the trigger. I was a little surprised that Mara didn't go at 8. That's what I thought was going to happen. It felt like in the last few days that was the way the winds were blowing, and it just ended up being a big nothing, and Kingston Flemings went at pick number 8. That's what bummed me out, is I really like Kingston Flemings, and so it's no shade against Morez. That's who I wanted. And when Acuff went off the board at 7, and I was like, ooh, this is playing out exactly how I thought. I thought Mara would go at 8, and that would clear the way maybe for Kingston, but they might not have done that either.
And I wonder, how the draft shook out. Like, if somebody else, if Flemings was there at 9, do they still go this route?
Yeah.
Or
is somebody want to trade now?
Right. Or if somebody, if Wagler went, if things shook out differently 5 through 8, would they still have gone down this route? Was this their plan all along?
Yeah, what's their board?
Or was this their escape plan? Right? Was this, you know what I mean? Like, hey, this guy, we're targeting Kingston Flemings. We're targeting Wagler. We're targeting Acuff. Burries is 4th out of the 4 for us, and we don't really like him. So instead of reaching for somebody we don't like in the position we need, we're just going to use our escape route, and we're going to go with somebody that we know is going to be a good player. We know is somebody that will bring a lot to the table. May not be perfect, but we'll be okay with it.
I think it's that one. We had Grant Afseth on the show on Saturday.
Wow.
And
on Saturday?
I'm sorry, on Monday. And I don't know why I said that. And then Blake reached out to him right before the draft, and we were in a little text chain and says, what's your gut feeling? And he said, I think it's going to end up being Morez. So I don't think it was a backup. I think it was very much front of mind.
A lot of people can produce these positive, glowing reviews after someone was selected. I like getting the audio beforehand because I'm like, that's what you definitely felt. It feels more authentic to me. And I've been in love with the draft previews of Fran Fraschilla, longtime draft analyst for ESPN. He was handling the international prospects last night, served our purposes for Sergio later in the draft. But here's Fran Fraschilla before on the Hoop Collective on his big crush.
I think a guy that you'll hear moving up, and he is moving up. Of course, we say he's moving up. That's among the people on the outside, not on the inside. But I'm a Morez Johnson fanatic. The young man from Chicago, Michigan, national champions, probably at 6'10", 250. And the reason I'm a fan of his is because when I watch the finals, all I could think of is you could put Morez Johnson in this game. He's physical enough and tough enough to be in this game, playing for the Knicks or the Spurs, whoever. And I think there could be some jockeying, like a LA, for example. Again, I'm playing the amateur GM here. Hey, let's move down to 7 or 8 if somebody's willing to move up and take a guy like Morez Johnson if we can add another asset.
So he was thinking of Johnson during the finals as OG Anunoby was defending and running around Victor Wembanyama. Like, Sam Presti may feel different because they went and drafted the big man. And maybe he didn't apply that same thinking that Fran did to defending Wembanyama that Fraschilla was talking about right there, saying this guy could have played the NBA Finals as a defender.
And it also could be that there's just a thought of like 2-level defenders. Like, just he wants somebody in the paint for Wemby, he wants somebody to guard Wemby on the perimeter.
Yeah.
I think the thing that's, when it comes down to the question of, they didn't take Burries. Burries was who they were most aligned with, most consistently put it, like, they like him. So I don't think it's just, man, we were wiped and we never liked Burries at all. I think the thing that might be tougher for people to swallow who don't like the pick is the reality that they probably just liked him a lot. They probably looked at him and said, that's who we want. And I think that may bug people who don't like the pick.
Well, yeah, and the physicality thing is there for sure, and he can travel and guard most positions for Morez. For Burries, I kind of wonder, like, to your point, and I think you're spot on about that, I wonder if they thought Morez's ceiling is just better, because if he develops more, this is a big if, but if he develops more of an offensive game, I absolutely think he can be a better player than Burries. And they might have just thought Burries is going to always be slotted here, but we think Morez could go, a level or two above him.
Yeah, look, he's going to have to develop an offensive game to be
sure.
And I don't know what his offensive game ceiling is. Like, I saw some comps that have him as like Isaiah Stewart.
I think that's a lower end comp offensively, potentially. We were talking about this before. I think your higher end comp is Bam, and I think he's got some Daniel Gafford to him for sure.
Who do you think has higher offensive upside now, or like at the time of them being drafted? Him or Lively?
Lively.
Ooh.
Just because, and this is where it gets a little tricky, but if you went out on the high school circuit, Lively was popping in a whole bunch of threes, whereas Morez doesn't really do that at all.
And Al Horford, another comp that Tim McMahon has been hearing.
I could see that
for Morez. Here's Fran.
What if his ceiling offensively is like Naz Reid?
And he better be able to defend 4 positions.
Yeah.
Which he will be able to.
I think he can, yeah.
Oh, I think he can defend 5.
I would like
maybe
to see that.
Maybe not the super small, quick guys, but
I think he can face up with a point guard. I just want to see how long he can travel with that point guard.
I'm disappointed if he's Naz Reid.
He'd also have to develop a 3-point shot if he wants to be Naz Reid.
Oh yeah, I think of Naz Reid is just a 3-point shot.
I don't think of Naz Reid as a bad player, but if offensively he's Naz Reid and then defensively he's what they say he's going to be, I don't think that's a bad player at all.
Well, bad player versus if you said
that can be a starter Mavs, on that to me could be a starter on a championship team.
Yeah, but but right now I'd be disappointed with it. If you sat there and said the Mavs, they didn't draft a bad player last night, in the emotion and hype of the draft at 9, considering your lack of control with the picks, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear the Cowboys in their second-round selection. They drafted a guy. He's not going to be a bad player. That's not the way I want you to dress it up. And what?
No, I guess I just generally think in NBA terms outside the top 5, I think of it 9. There's a decent chance that could be the best type of player I could get.
In most normal drafts. This one I'm changing my expectation a little bit. Here's Fran Fraschilla last night on ESPN on the Mavs' second player.
Well, Legs wanted a shooter. They got a shooter. What you know about international players at the end of the first round is they are great role players. This young man's played 70 games already this year. By the way, Valencia is up 2-1 over Barcelona in the ACB Finals. A lot of experience. Some people think he's a point guard. No way. He's a shooting guard at 6'7", and he can handle the ball some in pick and roll. But I absolutely think this is a solid pick for the Lakers. Luka's going to love him because they can speak Spanish.
He can speak Spanish. That's when we thought that Sergio de Larrea was going to L.A. No, amongst the confusion, at the end of the night, he ends up on the Mavs.
Can I just throw it out there? I am not so sure he is on the Mavs roster this year. Like, I heard Coop earlier. I understand the investment they put in. I wouldn't be shocked if he spent one more year in Spain.
Then in that Kevin O'Connor podcast, I was listening for... and I wonder at that time if Dusty May knew he was leaving Michigan, because he was asked to name under the radar guys throughout the rest of the draft that he liked, and this got me invested in the rest of the round, because I'm like, who's going to be on the board that Dusty May has stamped as some of his favorites? Koa Pete was one of them. He obviously gets taken. Going to Phoenix now? Did he end up there?
Yes. Yes.
Terrace Reed, he named. Is it Sinek?
I think it is, and that is somebody that I do like pretty well. I thought that was a really savvy pick.
Chris Sinek ends up going to Boston at 27. He named Burries, who I was a big fan of, and then he named Sturts, who OKC moved for. So Sturts, Burries, Sinek, Reed, Pete. That's why I thought, they drafted Koa Pete, another front court player, for Dusty May. But no, ends up moving. So I did not have any. Has Terrace Reed been taken? I'm trying to think of second round.
She was great in American Pie.
No, that is Tara Reed.
I didn't hear his name.
No, San Antonio Spurs. Terrace A. Reed.
At 26.
Played at UConn. So there it is.
I don't think the Mavs really have the ammunition to make this happen. But you guys were talking about shooting, and I know you don't want to overload this team with Michigan and Duke players only, but Isaiah Evans has probably the best looking three-point stroke in all of college basketball, and he showed this past season that he was more capable of getting into the paint.
Was he sitting there last night with the glasses?
He was the only one in the green room, and I thought he would go, I don't know, like 20 or something like that. And so when he slid off the board, and I thought it was still the Mavs pick at 30, I was like, Koa Pete or Isaiah Evans, thumbs up. And so when they took Koa Pete, I like that as well. Again, I don't know about the asset part of it, but if you're looking for a three-point shooter, admittedly he can be streaky, I think Isaiah Evans could be your dude.
Are you feeling sorry or laughing at Brendan Sorsby after the NFL decision yesterday? And we're going to have to retire one of our all-time morning show drops with the breaking NFL news from Frisco. Red Zone is next. It's the no-hassle way to sell your car online. It's Give Me the VIN.
Truck Wreck. Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Rest in peace to a longtime morning show drop and clip. It's the Red Zone on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Just Love Coffee, with the greatness of Kevin Hagelin joining us for 2 hours today because of some early Rangers baseball in Miami. Hit it, Peyton.
Kyle Yeomans.
Why are we getting rid of that drop? It's one of the best ones we have.
I love that drop.
Because we're getting rid of Kyle.
Oh, Kyle Yeomans is replacing Jerry Sandusky. And that's all you need to know. That is the play-by-play voice of the Baltimore Ravens.
I wouldn't make that the headline.
Sorry, I should have made that
Sun.
the tease. Yeah, that's a great Baltimore Sun.
So, no, he announced a couple days ago that he would be leaving the Cowboys soon, and this morning it was announced by the Ravens and himself and the Baltimore Sun and everybody else that Kyle Yeomans is going to be the radio voice of the Baltimore Ravens.
Wow.
Working with Rod Woodson. So it'll be him and Rod Woodson on the calls. And, yeah, I don't think we can retire that drop. It's so great. Kyle has said that he was walking at a Texas Legends game and somebody started going, hey, and turned over and they went, Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle Yeomans.
And so it's a classic. It's a classic drop.
I do love that.
It really is.
And I did, by the way, when I was talking to him and I was like, hey, they play Baltimore week 3. So I know you go on KNC all the time, but we would just dibs to have you on or refusal. We just want to be the first to decide if we'd like. And he said, yeah, absolutely. That's what he told me.
He lied to you. He's already refused you. He's going to be on our show.
Is this getting traded from Miami to Milwaukee in terms of cities? Now you got to go for the job.
I don't know. You would know. Dallas to Baltimore, you know how that is.
And it is.
It's the reverse Sharif.
It is that.
Oh.
It is going from Dallas to Baltimore.
Where would you rank Dallas, Baltimore, and Kansas City?
Oh, I would say Kansas City second.
I've not been to Baltimore. Kansas City, there were definitely parts of it that I was like, this is not a city that should exist.
Have you reconsidered?
In Kansas City?
It is like you're driving by and you're like, what third world country am I in? Driving into downtown. Kansas City was brutal when I went down there.
Okay, but
airport sucks. I know that.
Airport's great. You go through the security gate and you're right at your gate.
Oh, but it's too narrow. It's so.
See, this
narrow.
is the brattiness of growing up here. Like you're a big city brat.
Yeah,
I'm from the streets. I'm from the country.
Yes, the streets of
the streets
St.
where
Michael's.
you won your mixed tennis title.
I'm from everywhere. I've lived everywhere. You big city brats are just used to having everything at your disposal.
Yes,
everything 5 minutes away. Everything right there. So you go to a dump like Kansas City.
Streets with your George Washington slept to your house.
Kansas City is I'm commentating on Kansas City should be a nicer city. It does not look like the local government has kept it up.
Hold on. But what about the fact that if you work with Andy Reid, you can do pretty much whatever you want legally with minimum
consequences? That's true.
I love it. We're on that train as well.
What a trash organization that is.
Kansas City and St. Louis.
Except for you, Dan Hunt.
But you love the FC Dallas folks. They're great.
Oh, yeah. What a trash organization off the field.
I love that. If you look at the map, the meme, if you look at the map of Missouri, it's like Kansas City and St. Louis look like two places that are trying to leave Missouri. Because they're just opposite sides.
How many people know that it's in both states?
Right.
Yeah. So both are in both states.
So congratulations.
St. Louis, Illinois.
Congratulations, the new radio play-by-play. It's going to be fun playing his radio clips throughout the year. Kyle Yeomans.
I wonder if because we have the relationship, if we can bully him into hey, try to work this in on the broadcast on a touchdown call.
In his first year?
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck with that.
Well, for his Cowboy call.
Yeah.
We
got to give him something to say there.
All right. So yesterday the news smacked Brendan Sorsby across the face that the National Football League is saying, no, we're not holding a supplemental draft for you. Too bad. Maybe see ya in 2027. What was your reaction to this, Kevin?
It's interesting if you read the letter and everything, too. It's because Sorsby and his agent didn't come up and kiss the ring. By the way, I plugged y'all's show a lot yesterday, and I was like, his agent was on Sean and RJ. I would be willing to bet there will be a re-engagement of that interview, probably sooner rather than later. But
Choppy feels guilty. He thinks it's because of us that Brendan Sorsby is not an NFL player.
No, because you read what the NFL put out.
I feel guilty. I feel proud.
It's because he didn't kiss their ass, right? Because in the letter, it's like, hey, you only applied 3 days before the deadline, which, I mean, that's why it's a deadline. You have time. But also they were like, and that's only after you ended your litigation in college and blah, blah, and you didn't provide any evidence. They wanted him to go up there and kiss their ass. And he was like, here's my paperwork, so no dice.
So, question, Bobby.
Yep.
Is the NFL supplemental draft is for ineligible players only? Is he not technically eligible?
What do you mean? No, because he dismissed it. He filed a motion to dismiss with prejudice.
See, that's just like, it doesn't work for me now, so I'm just going to dismiss this.
Yeah, it's the way people use legal loopholes all the time. You should better call Chop Love that.
Listen, I love a good legal loophole, but, this is, I don't know, like, it just strikes me as there's no remorse. He doesn't feel bad. He's still hiding behind this stupid addiction thing. It's not an addiction. You just lost or you got caught. One of the two.
Yeah, Will Chambers.
As a degenerate gambler, I'm offended that you're trying to use this as an addiction.
But it can be both things, right? Like,
addiction or mental health?
Mental health.
You can say he's addicted.
Mental health. Sorry,
right?
mental health. It's definitely, you're definitely addicted to it.
Yeah.
I mean everybody who gambles is addicted to it. It's not. You're addicted to the rush.
Sure.
To the win, but nobody claims the addiction until they start losing.
And that doesn't mean you're immune from consequences.
Right.
Like, that can be true. I'll concede. Maybe he is addicted to gambling, but that doesn't get you out of the consequences.
Just so you be addicted to alcohol,
but at the same
doesn't
time,
mean that you get out from a DUI.
But at the same time, they were going to argue it the way they felt necessary.
Of course.
But now we're holding that against them. Like, we're saying, well, you didn't show contrition, you didn't fall on the sword, and you didn't admit it. While they were going to argue that way to try to get back the Tech or get to the National Football League, or as Jeffrey Kessler ain't about to say, we're so sorry, we messed up. He's going to try to slit the NFL's throat, as he normally does. So now we're being like, all right, well, you didn't apologize. I mean, we know that it's PR, we know that it's legalese. And now we're saying, well, you didn't bow down, so now you have to sit out for a year. I don't feel bad for him.
Is it going to stand, though?
I don't know that there's enough time to reverse it.
I just wonder if they would create some kind of like coined some kind of injunction to start that would maybe allow him to just go into free agency. Oh, eventually.
Like, just skip the draft process. Say, hey, I'm here. You guys won't let me draft. Let's be an
that does feel like that
agent.
sets up a dangerous.
But I don't think they want to jump into that. I think at that point they'd rather just be in the draft and see if he could get tied next year.
Yeah.
By the way, pastry chef Eric, Baltimore native, just texted me and said, "Watch your mouth about Baltimore." And given what I know about Baltimore residents, he means that.
Eric, where do you live? Here. So shut up.
Yeah.
You moved here just like the rest of us. You ain't living there on the Odyssey app. You're living here, so be quiet. You're at my draft party in Mesquite. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco fan
Hold on,
text.
pause. Do the people of Mesquite, can they not claim some tough times in their city as well? As somebody who has grown up in Garland, I think Garland and Mesquite
gets a
people,
bad rap. You don't give Mesquite a bad
claim
rap.
some tough. No, yeah. Then why did you move to Rich Mesquite? Come on, man. You know and I know that you live in Rich Mesquite, Garland.
Right.
All right.
Fair point.
So would you say that's rich, like the same way like Las Colinas is with Irving or something like that?
Definitely see that.
I do plenty of business in Mesquite, okay?
I'm not saying you shouldn't.
Plenty of Mesquite friends, guys.
Yeah. But you ain't living in Mesquite.
Yeah, because the gas is cheaper there than Sunnyvale. Is that where your Costco is? There you
go. No. Okay. The main questions here are, do you feel bad for Sorsby? And is the NFL acting correctly here or getting on their high horse as they continue to have all their other gambling deals and they're like...
Well, woman beaters.
Yeah. Are they going out of their way to send him a message and a punishment that they don't need to do? I think those are the major questions.
I feel bad for Sorsby from this angle. Let him find somewhere and serve out whatever punishment you have for him and then let him get to it. Right now, nobody's... Like, Texas Tech is just basically like, yeah, we know you kind of won, but, like, Why don't you just go ahead and go? It's like, all right, I'll go over here. And then they're like, yeah, we're not going to let you in over here. It's just like, all right, fine. You can serve out whatever, land somewhere and get a punishment and then be allowed to go forward with whatever. Like, if you did the crime, like, serve whatever time you need to.
Who was going to punish him? The Red Raiders weren't going to punish him.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, in terms of there was going to be obviously the 2 games. I'm not saying that's significant, but that's one thing that'll be there. There was going to be, I think that he was serving no real punishment. He was going to play. He was going to get his money. He was going to get jeered. Yeah.
He was going to get jeered and booed and made fun of the other country. There's no real punishment there.
I will say that I don't think for anybody like being able, and I'm not saying that this is like somehow worse than a full suspension. A full suspension would be worse, but I do think that there's like that would have been a lot to shoulder going on the road every week and like going against those fan bases that they would have been relentless.
Yeah,
and so there, it's just. But to me, it's like, all right, let him go serve out whatever. Like, let him settle down into a place and then let the the repercussions start taking effect.
Kevin, do you understand the NFL being afraid or not having enough time to vet him so that they don't get hit with a gambling controversy if he doesn't stop gambling or has not stopped gambling?
I kind of don't. I really thought they were just going to go the route of go ahead and go the supplemental draft. Let's see how it plays out, and we'll still tag you with like a 4 to 6 game suspension or something like that.
And do you roll your eyes at the NFL punishing him for college infractions? I don't like that the NFL does that.
Which I'm with you on that, and it also makes me wonder, like, is the NFLPA supposed to stand up for him? Like, he's not technically a part of their group, so whenever I say, like, is this going to stand, who's going to defend him?
I think there's a NFLPA interest because obviously it's talking about, like, even if he's not officially there yet, it's about having access to the league and a player who wants to play in the league.
Right.
And so because of that, I think it still would fall under their purview where Kessler would either need to go after them and tell them you need to do this, or he would partner with them to go.
I mean, look, he broke the rules. It had to be some kind of punishment. But like I said, I'm shocked by this. I thought they were going to let him in the supplemental draft, then give him the suspension wherever he ended up. So
the best tweet yesterday was Kevin Sumlin and that team have a great chance to do something all time. Who does Kevin Sumlin coach?
Currently?
Isn't he a UFL or whatever?
That's where I think he's going.
But what team?
The Gamblers, the Las Vegas Gamblers,
the
right?
Houston
Gamblers.
Sign him up for a year. UFL on the Houston Gamblers.
That's the type of player Sumlin put on his roster. So.
Oh.
Whoa.
Kevin, you all take that?
Wow. Oh, he's a Duke fan. What does he know?
Well, Duke basketball.
That's right. I'm sorry.
Let's separate the schools.
I'm waiting for the Duke football A&M basketball fan that's out there.
Divided.
That guy exists somewhere.
Support.
Don't stop going after Daniel Jones.
What did Blake Elliott think of what the Dallas Mavericks did? We crosstalk with.
Hey. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to interrupt.
Is it Fred today?
It's nobody.
It's you. You're riding solo.
It's me. That's
for
what
your
I told you.
31-minute show.
That's what I told you. It's a fake crosstalk. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to interrupt your tease, but he's not here.
Let's continue our exact same program. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
The fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The number one Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
I blame you.
I'm sorry.
In large part.
I'm sorry, that's fair.
If you react to it,
I'm sorry.
If you laugh at all of it, you just stoke the Bobby Belt comedy fires.
I'm like Tinkerbell. I die without applause.
I've done a tremendous job of not reacting.
I'm less desensitized to it than you are.
Yes,
though.
yes.
Would it help if I just threw out some names for the second round of the draft, or have I already screwed it?
Do you have some second round names?
Sure.
Kevin Hagelin joining us because of some early Rangers baseball here on 105.3 The Fan. I am concerned about your right eye, young man.
Are you going to make it to the doctor today?
I sent a text to him.
Why do you think this continues?
He says he fell.
Why does this continue?
See?
It's either cleanliness.
No, it's a clogged tear duct.
It's dog/allergies. But this, you usually have this. You have this a good amount,
Right? Yeah, it's the clogged tear duct. So it's like I'm constantly wiping it. Like my eye is constantly like getting teary eyed.
And you're stifling it, and it's backing up because you won't actually just like experience the emotion and cry.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm constantly rubbing it. And Sarah's like, rubbing it's just gonna make it worse.
You got to get an eye patch. Be badass.
That would be badass.
Effective and badass.
RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
rest of the week, Thursday, Friday.
Finally, it's like it's gotten to the point where like because yesterday I was really like messing with it, and now like my nose is bruised because I was like pushing in on my nose, my tear duct, like.
Well, what does this mean, a tear duct, though? Like,
well, your tear ducts, right? The little
but is something is it stuck there?
Something gets clogged in your tear duct. My kids had this. They had to snake a wire down.
Mayo Clinic says a blocked tear duct happens when the passages that drain tears from your eyes to your nose become narrowed or completely obstructed. Causes range from age-related narrowing and chronic inflammation to facial injuries and congenital conditions.
So I don't know what's going on. So I'm going to go. They're going to have to, if they snake a tube down my tear duct, I might.
Goodness.
They did that for my kids. And my kids were infants. They were infants, like
Holy
weeks old. And they put them in a straitjacket.
No.
Yeah, they put them in a straitjacket, hold them down, and snake this wire down. And they said it's much better for kids because adults, you're moving around.
Do you have to be drugged for that, you think?
I would hope they put me out.
Right?
There's no way. They're going to have to put me out.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they can just give me like some eye drops that'll unclog it.
Yeah.
Because, yesterday when I was really playing with it, I heard something like kind of crack, like fascia.
No.
And then I pushed, and some a lot of mucus or whatever came out of my tear duct. And it just flooded my eye.
That's so gross.
Oh, yeah. But that's, it's all
really
connected. Because, when you stake that thing down your tear duct, it comes out your nose.
Kevin, round 2 possibilities for the Mavericks. What are they left with after yesterday and the moving and shaking around?
Yeah, I guess for now it appears as though they still have pick 48. I thought that was originally dealt off as part of the deal to move up to 25. But if you want to just look at some guards, and you do have the opportunity to trade back in.
Yeah, we need to look at some guards.
Yeah, okay.
For damn sure.
So I've got guards for you, specifically like 3-point shooting guards. This one might be out of your range, but I do still think you got to take a look at Isaiah Evans out of Duke. I think Ryan Conwell from Louisville. Yes, thank you very much. He is somebody who is a good long-range shooter. Keep an eye on him. Richie Saunders, I think, is another one from BYU. Braden Smith out of Purdue. To Saunders or Smith?
Smith. I just hate all Purdue players. I'm out.
Okay, well, you know what? I anticipated that.
Purdue.
So the next one on your list, Jacoby Gillespie from Tennessee.
There you go.
Another person to look at. Now, he's probably going to end up being a bench player, but if you need, he was described by ESPN as a microwave scorer, so you can just pop him in, go.
Is that what microwave does?
Yeah, sometimes,
Thanks
if you have a good one.
Yeah.
Yes, you're welcome.
It, baby.
That's what
Let's
I'm here
go.
for. But those are some guards I would keep an eye out on that I think are realistic for today. Maybe not Isaiah Evans as much, but the rest, yes.
What else jumped out from the rest of the first round? I thought it was pretty chalky.
Yes.
I was very disappointed with the lack of movement and trades in the top half. Just to reset, in case you did not know, AJ goes 1. The Jazz
But them saying his name different It's good that the broadcast prepared me for that because otherwise they said like his full name and not AJ Devonta. If they hadn't have said that ahead of time, that would have tripped me out.
The Jazz did end up visiting Darren Peterson. I love how who's the guy Broadus made fun of us for having on?
Seth Greenberg.
Seth Greenberg and all these other analysts yesterday were like, oh, you're making a mistake going by his Kansas tape. You got to watch his high school tape. All right, that's a different player. It's the only freaking kid and prospect I've heard where people are like, the real story's in high school, when he's playing against much weaker competition. Kendrick Perkins has said it. Greenberg has said it.
And what revisionist history on the broadcast of Darren Peterson wanting to be part of the rebuild in Utah. Yeah. When what we actually heard was he would rather go 3 than 2 because he didn't want to go to Utah. And he only visited Utah once he realized, oh, crap, they might actually take Cam Boozer? Okay, I'm in.
Yeah, and Windhorst talking about his work ethic. Seth Greenberg, a can't-miss 10-year All-NBA pro. So the love for Darren Peterson, two-way player. This Kobe stuff, I think, I compare players. They got to have a similar style for me to compare them, whether it's a throwing motion, whether it's a jumper. There's no Kobe Bryant here. I know everyone's talking about that.
He does have the highest ceiling, I think, of all these players. But to say he's a lock for a decade of All-NBA, I think there's some Ben Simmons in there, too.
Ooh. He looks like Kawhi, style-wise to me. A lot of Kawhi.
I can see that.
But you think the character stuff is being... I think that's being... so dismissed by everyone so fast.
No, I'm not making this up. Like, go to the Kansas coach who, in the warm-ups for one of their conference games, was like, hey, man, we really need you out here. And if you can't be out here, you're going to have to sit. And he was like, all right, I'm not playing. Like, that's a thing that happened.
I have heard of one other player in college sports doing things like that. And that player was Kelvin Joseph.
Whoa.
And that didn't work out.
Anything else?
It does not go down that route.
Did anything else really jump out? Mike Miller, NBA agent, with Phylon falling to Philadelphia, Lopez to Detroit, Milwaukee starting the post-Giannis era with Burries and Ament.
I thought it was a really cool moment. Pick 23, Zuby Ejiofor. He went to St. John's. He's from Garland. My older son played high school basketball.
Poor Sunnyvale.
Yeah.
Your older son, what?
He played basketball on his varsity team. Now, my son was a bench player, whereas Zuby was clearly the star, but he practiced with him every single day, and cool. So he's super pumped for him. But to your point...
And Zuby was one of Bill Simmons' top 5 under-the-radar guys.
I wonder how his game translates as a pro, but there was questions in college, and guess what, man? He took over once he moved from Kansas to St. John's. I thought Kareem Lopez ended up going lower than I thought since you mentioned Phylon. I thought Lopez, who went a pick before him, went lower than anticipated. But you're right. Once Flemings went off the board at 8, I was like, man, this did end up to be a whole bunch of rumors and nonsense, and then it played out exactly how we all thought.
Phylon at 22 or whatever.
It's a good pick.
Bananas.
Yeah.
Steal. I love it. I like it.
Do you wish the Mavericks would have, if they had the opportunity, would have traded back in hindsight, because then you could have picked up like a Christian Anderson and a Phylon as opposed to Morez?
I loved Phylon. I thought Phylon, I think he's like...
Well, Jay Billis, it's hard not to love the scouting report where he goes, he was thought of an initially all-world lockdown defender, and then his offense took over and the defense took a back seat. Well, that's telling me that you can do both.
Yeah.
Right? Like, not hey, if you just try. No, you've already done it. You're already known as a lockdown defender, and then you become the 20-point game scorer. Wow.
He's so good. And they didn't really... I don't want to say they didn't skip a beat because they had a lot of problems this year at Bama team. They had, Charles Bediako was the guy who was an NBA player who came back to play. They had that controversy, and then they had the guy get thrown off the team, and they still kind of played well. They didn't skip too many beats.
Well, they're used to it.
They're
Chiefs
used to it.
Of college basketball.
But I really liked Phylon. That would have been somebody I would have been.
Let me give you, in honor of Blake,
please.
I'm going to give you a redo. You know that Morez Johnson is the player at 9. you can offer that pick up in a Jaylen Brown attempt. In honor of Blake, driving home yesterday, listening to y'all's show. So, and correct me on the math, because I know you said it could work.
It can work.
Number 9.
Number 9.
Or Morez right now.
Right.
PJ, Gafford, Clay or Max, and I guess it could be Najee or PJ. Am I missing anything?
No, I think that's right. I wonder if Boston would twist the screws a little bit to kick Clay out of that deal and go Christie, Najee, and Gafford.
Yeah.
Which, that would hurt, but...
Well, not that. It wouldn't really hurt that much, in my opinion. Now, I don't think that's enough for Boston to say yes.
You might be right.
But I would have been totally fine with the Mavs offering up the number 9 or Morez.
How uncomfortable is Boston right now with Jaylen Brown? Like, how awkward is it? That would be the answer to if they would take it or not.
Yeah. I can't believe he didn't get
awkward does it
traded.
feel to have him there right now?
Well, answer it first on our end. After you know how things worked out, would you offer that up?
Yes. Yep.
Kevin?
I would have, yes. But I also, if I can just add one more thing, I want you to keep an eye out on Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington over the next week and a half. All right, now whether or not the Mavericks are going to be like, hey, let's go with Lively and Moussa Cisse at center, I don't know. But I think those two are available to be had, especially with the Morez pick.
I was expecting the Lakers to get Gafford.
Yeah, I did the ESPN trade machine with Gafford, PJ, Najee, and Max Christie in there, and I just wanted to see the analysis, the win difference. It says Boston is -9 wins after that trade, and Dallas would be +11.
How do they factor in the rookie salary? Like if you traded number 9 last night, how does that factor into the cap stuff?
Actually, I think that is one of the beautiful parts of trading a draft pick. I do not believe they tag that in to the money.
Oh.
Yeah, you're just moving rights.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, how stupid is it the NBA still hasn't said you could trade draft picks? You have to do this idiotic thing where you still have to draft the player and then flip it.
Because you go to the Mavs web, it's so annoying. Like, they're not even talking about Sergio on the way. It's not official.
Right.
Like last night,
dumb.
they were rumored, reported.
It's dumb.
I hate the way they do it. That's why I didn't want them to do the whole, let's trade picks beyond 5 years.
Right, and then
Because
Sham comes on, and it's even more confusing after he explains it.
that was ridiculous.
I mean, there was 4 different. They were running down like 5 picks in a row. It seemed, and it was like,
Yeah.
well, this you get 3 2s here, and then they convey in 2020.
Because I woke up being like, all right, let's confirm that De Larrea is on the Mavericks, but they won't put it on the official website because it's not officially league confirmed. It's like, dude, do some things for the fans.
Didn't it take
to follow?
Didn't it take a while? So the Mavericks years ago, they made the move and got Devin Harris on a draft night trade, and I don't think Devin Harris was officially a Maverick for like 2 days, and it was weird because he kept doing interviews where he had to like talk about the Mavericks, and he was not officially on the team.
Yeah, it is super bizarre. Just like I always want to karate chop someone who's like, well, technically the Mavericks didn't draft Dirk. I was like, shut up, shut up. What are you even talking about?
Right? Or Luka?
Yes.
Would you have done it, or now you know with Morez?
Yeah, I probably would have. Now the thing is, you're super thin.
Fair.
Right, like you got Coop, you got Kyrie, and you got Jaylen. You got nobody else.
Lively.
You better hope Lively.
You ain't that thick right now, though. So.
No, and that's the thing. That's the other thing. That's why I would do it, because they've already got all these guys, and they're still not close to competing. So,
well, Blake said Final Four.
That's true.
He did.
Conference final.
Yeah, I would have done it.
All right, Rangers baseball is coming up. Kevin Hagelin and Bobby Belt.
Oh!
Am I still on?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Why not?
He was regretting it in the break.
I hear that. We're back tomorrow. Kevin Hagelin, maybe solo, next.
Miss any of Sean
is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we have to boogie. We only have a 30-minute show today going into Rangers baseball. So let's start by talking about the Rangers. Go ahead and give me cut number 5, will you please, good sir? Because in case you didn't know, the Rangers lost.
The 1-0 pitch. And that ball is hit to deep center field. Going back is Marcy. Marcy onto the track, and he makes the running grab midway onto the track to get Josh Young for the game's final out. Marlins hold on here as the Rangers' 9th inning rally falls short. Miami wins it by the final of 6-4.
Now, it was a very problematic day for the Rangers yesterday, from the fact that in the first inning, 3 men reached base, but 2 of them then made outs and no runners scored, and the fact that this game wasn't really particularly that close. I know the final score, Bobby, makes it look like it was close, but indeed it was not.
No, that was a late push. You got some, you obviously had the late scoring that made it look a little bit closer, but this has been an issue for them all year, I feel like. It's not only just the failure to hit with runners in scoring position.
Yes.
But it's the just ridiculous number of times they will make outs on the base paths. Like whether it be trying to take an extra base and getting thrown out. What happens a ton, this team grounds into more double plays, I feel like, at bad times than anybody I've ever seen.
Man, I think you're onto something there, because at least people now seem to have come around with how much the defense has suffered year over year, but it is the fact that you've had a lot of base running issues or close calls that just didn't go your way that have been problematic for this team. Now, the other thing that is problematic for this team is the starting pitching. So Jack Leiter had an arthroscopic surgery to remove a loose body in his ankle yesterday morning. The surgery, he's expected to come back before the end of the season, but right now the timeline is fluid. And then if you look at the pitching, the Rangers already had to use, with people were calling for Corniel. That didn't really particularly work out for him, so he has been optioned to AAA Round Rock, and Winston Santos is being elevated from AA Frisco, where he had a robust 1-3 record with a 7.44 ERA.
God, it's like those days when we used to call up Ryan Glenn.
Yes, but you needed, like, yesterday after the game, Schumacher was really clear. He's like, look, we need a length option, all right? And they did not stop it. They did not have one for bullpen and pitching purposes, not for anything else. And so now they're going to go with Winston Santos or Santos if you're fancy. And I've been a fan of this guy for a while, but this is obviously an objectively odd time to bring him up.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously in a bind right now. I would say that to give some modicum of credit
to
Chris Young, this is why teams, when they do get pitching, are so willing to double and triple down on it.
Yeah.
And just say, keep throwing depth at it. It's like offensive line in the NFL, where it's like, let's make sure we have as many resources there as possible, because we will need it at some point. I mean, last year, how long did they go with Latz, where like Latz was having to just do like 5-inning, 6-inning appearances?
Yep.
So yeah, this year they have not been as fortunate in the pitching realm. We were kind of blown away by it yesterday looking at it, but it's like, you've reached a point now where Kumar Rocker's ERA is better than Nathan Eovaldi's this season.
It is a weird dynamic. All of that being said, would you flip out if at the trade deadline they just made another move for a starting pitcher, or do you think now that is more necessary?
If it's a AA starting pitcher, I'm not going to freak out. If it's one for the major leagues, I might. Look, 500 teams don't win a World Series by making a trade for veterans at the deadline.
Right.
They win a World Series by purging and making acquisitions for pieces into the future, and then they win their World Series in 3 years. Like, I mean, Texas is, I can't understand that an organization that saw what you could reap from the Teixeira trade, and not that they have a Teixeira piece to move or that there's those sort of assets out there, but I don't know how they can see that and go, no, you know what? We'd rather go get Andrew Chafin. we'd rather hold on to Martin Perez and get nothing in return.
Right.
I would much rather see them, hey, let's figure out financially what we can do to get out from under Seager and see if we can get a return here. Let's figure out if somebody really values Evaldi. Let's start looking at some things and having a broader view of what this organization needs to be rather than just drilling down. Because right now they're on that endless treadmill that like the Mavericks were in post-title. It's like, can we throw Darren Williams at it? Can we throw DeAndre Jordan at it? Like, how do we just make sure we're kind of competitive?
Now, quick Rangers note, they are running a blood drive on July the 1st from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Steve Buechele is going to be there from 10 to 11. Jeff Russell is going to be there from 2 to 3.
Peyton's dad.
That's a different person. It is going to be at Globe Life Field Wednesday, July the 1st. Donors will get a voucher for 2 upper-level tickets to a future Rangers game. Now, let's switch gears, and can you go ahead and please give me cut number 6?
With the 9th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Morez Johnson Jr. from the University of Michigan.
Now, I know we talked a lot about the pros and cons of this pick on your show, Bobby. I just wanted to throw out a couple more things. Definitely got taken higher than anticipated, but not as much as folks on social media last night were saying. Because I know you said about 60% feedback on your show, give or take, was positive. I saw so much negativity on social media, which I know is shocking, last night. But he rose up through the charts during the tournament. Places had him going 12 to 15. ESPN had him at 12 in their mock. NBADraft.net had him at 12 in their mock, and CBS at 14. 12 to 9, obviously an easier jump to like kind of accept than 14 to 9. But in the tournament, he averaged 12.8 points per game and 8 rebounds per game. So the rebounding looks really good. We've talked about his defense. I understand those points per game leave something to be desired. I'm going to go back to my scouting report on him. Huge body, top-notch length, top-notch athleticism. He was drafted because of his defense. He's a great defensive switcher. He can even move off to the point guard, and he's a really good perimeter defender. Has a great motor as well. Offensively, he's good on the screen and roll. He has huge hands. Excellent above the rim game, all right? Even better than Tupac. But
yeah, that was an awful movie.
I don't know if I've ever... Is that the one with Janet Jackson?
No, that was Poetic Justice.
I don't know if I've ever seen Above the Rim then. But...
You don't have to.
Okay, here's the however, because you're like, that sounds like an amazing draft pick. His ability to finish is where his offensive game kind of starts and stops. He doesn't hardly shoot the three at all, and when he does, it is not effective. His offensive range is very limited. He can't really create his own shot, and he currently doesn't have a pull-up game either. So, like, if you're wondering, why in the world was he available at 9? You just told me all these positive things. That's the issue. Defensively, he can go anywhere you need. Offensively, it is a very limited zone for now. If he never develops his shot, I can see how this pick is eventually going to piss people off. If he does, though, hooray!
Would you say that basketball is an easier or tougher sport than your average one to be able to find the right guys? In terms of, like, you can win with a team that's just, it's right and it melds correctly and it doesn't necessarily have to be
I think it's
overly
easier
talented.
Just because of the smaller roster, and he, by all accounts, is a right guy.
Yeah, and so here's the thing that I look at it. When Masai Ujiri hired Nick Nurse was thought of as like one of the most innovative offensive minds. He kind of became a defensive guru is what people thought of him as more when Toronto won, but he was like an offensive innovator. Right now, Dusty May is thought of as like an offensive innovator, and so I wonder if Masai Ujiri's whole perspective, because if you look at his previous drafts where he took certain guys, I wonder if Masai Ujiri just looks at it and says, I can't teach somebody necessarily to be like a great defender, but what I can do is if I've got athletes, I can have him orchestrate all this for me.
I think that is entirely possible. Then the Mavericks traded Koa Pete, their number 30 pick, and 2 second-round picks for Sergio de Larrea at pick number 25. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we continue to try to bring you as much content as possible. Baseball nuggets, gridiron gravy, our World Cup date, all in one next on the...
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Off goes Cancelo, delivering the cross! Ronaldo!
No. Play me a different World Cup highlight for any of the other matches. Maybe not England-Ghana because they didn't score anything, but Croatia-Panama, the Colombia match. Play me a different World Cup highlight.
All right.
Away by Renato Vega. Now there's space. Bruno Fernandes. Neto sprinting down the right. Ronaldo through the middle. It's Cristiano Ronaldo for Portugal. It's 3-0. And Ronaldo strikes again.
All right, fine. I will admit Cristiano Ronaldo said in your face to me and paying taxes, and he scored 2 goals yesterday. So well done. Portugal gets the win. Now, brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic, Bobby, we got to move. It's time to go around some of the NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yeah.
And we start with... well, this is going to be a disappointing deal. Kyle Pitts gets a 3-year, $54 million deal that includes $36 million with the Falcons. That $18 million per year makes him the third highest annual paid tight end behind George Kittle, Trey McBride. I say it'll be a mistake. What say you?
I agree. It's already one. He has been such a disappointment relative to the expectations because he was talked about as like this is the slam dunk.
Yeah.
And in fact, the only other guy that I can think of at tight end who was similar to that was Vernon Davis. And Vernon Davis took like 5 years before he kind of took off. And even still, I don't know that he ever hit the heights that he did.
Maybe this will be the contract in which he takes off.
I mean, honestly, it was around this time. See, I think he's already a year late on that. But I mean, his best year has still been his rookie year. He's never gotten to 1,000 yards outside of that.
I don't know how well you know this guy because you seem to know all people, but
I do.
Draft analyst Matt Miller,
I do know
had
Matt.
to get his arm amputated after a car crash. This felt pretty shocking and obviously terrible.
Yeah, Austin guy too. I don't know if he currently lives there, but he used to live in Austin. He was a Texas guy. But yeah, no, that's a awful story. He's married, got kids. He's always been really, really nice. And he's, poked around before on a couple things like, hey, what do you think about this and this? And so he's a good sounding board. I had no idea this had happened. Sometimes you'll hear about stuff rumbling a little bit behind the scenes before you hear about it, just like how you heard about Rossini about a week before it actually broke on the air.
Yes, I did. And then I got a text from somebody. He was like, see, I told you. And I was like, oh my goodness.
But it is, no, that's just an awful story. Sean said that yesterday. I was like, I was not expecting when I opened this to see at the end my arm was amputated.
And then for whatever it's worth, Kirk Cousins says Clint Kubiak has run the most productive OTAs he has ever been a part of. Right now, go ahead and give me cut number 4, will you please? We'll make it sound like the Rangers did well and fire up some baseball nuggets.
Fairbanks, right-handed pitcher. Nimmo, left-handed batter. And the first offering is drilled up the alley in right center. That gets down for the base hit, rolls all the way to the wall. Langford hits the bag at third. He's being waved home. Nimmo digging hard for 3. Here's the throw. He dives. He's safe at third with a triple. RBI triple, Brandon Nimmo. It's a 6-4 game, and that brings up Josh Young as the potential tying run.
However, that would be the final score as well. The Rangers lose 6-4. In other baseball news, Pete Crow Armstrong hit his 5th home run in the past 6 games, and this time he did it against the team that traded him to the Cubs. And then last night, the Phillies, they're down to their final strike, and instead they respond with 8 runs, and they turn a massive deficit into a victory. So congratulations to the Phillies if you care about the Phillies, and if you don't, well, we have Rangers baseball coming up next, so don't worry about that. All right, so first pitch, Rangers Marlins, set for about 11:12 pregame. We'll start just a few minutes at 10:30. We have been the KNC Masterpiece, or as Bobby prefers, KB Toys. We'll be back tomorrow. You'll get a full show. Fred will be in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Kevin.
This